all, and we're requesting him to kindly join us onto the dais. Also requesting our honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session to kindly join us on the dais. We're about to begin with our inaugural session. Once again, extending a heartiest welcome to Honorable Minister, sir. Namaskar.
Namaste.
Requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Thank you. Namaskar, good morning, Swagatam, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the second edition of FICCI Summit on Indian Critical Mineral Landscape, Foundation for a Sustainable and Self-Reliant Future. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, aims to serve as a premier platform to convene stakeholders from government, industry, academia, global partners and the investment community to deliberate on India's rapidly evolving critical minerals ecosystem. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to have with us Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Government of India, Shri G. Kishan Reddy. Namaskaram, sir, and Swagatam. And we are also very honored to have with us Minister, Commercial High Commission of Canada in India, Mr. Ed Jager. Warm welcome to you, sir. On the dais, we have been joined by Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, Co-Chair FICCI Mining Committee and Executive Vice President Corporate Affairs, JSW Group, Shri Pankaj Satija. And on the dais, we also have with us Mr. Kishore as Senior Member FICCI Task Force on Critical Minerals and COO Hindustan Zinc Limited. Once again, extending a heartiest welcome to our honorable dignitaries on the dais. We also welcome all our guests, our special invitees, our delegates, and our members from the fraternity present in the audience. August Assembly at FICCI, in keeping up our commitment towards the sustainability, we present a thicket of trees. Green certificate is our commitment to plant trees in the name of our honorable guest at the Nainital district. May I request Srimati Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, to kindly present a green certificate to our Honorable Union Minister of Coals and Mines, Government of India, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, and welcome him to this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, we all can join in together by putting our hands together as we welcome Honorable Minister, sir. Once again, requesting Srimati Jyoti Vij to now present a green certificate to respected Mr. Ed Jager, Minister, Commercial High Commission of Canada in India, and welcome him to this inaugural session. Once again, a huge round of applause as we welcome Honorable Minister, Commercial High Commission of Canada in India. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we call this session to order. We begin with the opening address, and to give the opening address, may I request Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, to kindly join us at the podium.
Thank you, Shri G. Kishan Reddy ji, Honorable Union Minister of Mines and Coal, Government of India, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, dear friends. Good morning to everybody. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the FICCI Summit on Critical Minerals Landscape with the theme Foundation for a Sustainable and Self-Reliant Future. In our march towards Viksit Bharat, the role of natural resources, particularly the critical minerals, has become increasingly important to serve the manufacturing and the downstream industries in alignment with the principle of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today at this conference, we sharpen the focus on key components that are revolutionizing and driving India's critical mineral sector, domestic mineral exploration and production, capabilities and capacities of processing the minerals, and leveraging global partnerships for the resilient supply chain. So as economies intensify efforts towards energy transition, the advanced manufacturing, green mobility, the demand for these minerals is projected to surge in the coming years. And the challenge before us is to not merely secure the resources, but to build an end-to-end value chain that creates strategic and economic advantage. And this requires a decisive shift from resource takers to value creators, strengthening capabilities across exploration, extraction, advanced processing, manufacturing, and recycling. A key focus of discussion today with the transformative role of technology, artificial intelligence, and digital solutions in enhancing the exploration accuracy, operational efficiency, and productivity. Equally important is the role of innovative financing models, mobilizing long-term capital and effectively de-risking investments to accelerate growth and build a robust critical minerals ecosystem. Recognizing that no nation can address these challenges alone, this conference will highlight the need for international cooperation, and we do have a lot of our friends in the audience and on the dais discussing how India can work with trusted partners to diversify supply chains, co-invest in assets, and integrate into global critical mineral value networks. As a step in that direction, we are pleased to launch a portal on global assets to provide information on critical mineral blocks across the globe, their reserves, exploration status, current ownership status, among other details. And we do hope that everyone will find it useful. And we at FICCI do acknowledge the initiatives and policy incentives that are provided by government under the National Critical Mission, the policy on tailings, the PLI scheme to support rare earth permanent magnet manufacturing, as well as the recent budgetary announcements to establish dedicated rare earth corridors in mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu, marking a significant step towards creating an integrated ecosystem for rare earths and other strategic minerals, thereby reducing import dependence and enhancing the supply chain resilience. Demand across sectors like EVs, renewables, defense will help country unlock new possibilities across exploration, mining, processing, and innovation. We have certain recommendations for leveraging this opportunity, which we have detailed in the report that is going to be released today. And we do hope these will find favorable consideration by, the Honorable Minister is here with us, so maybe government could take consideration of some of these. And in summary, we do assure that the industry will keep supporting government initiatives towards achieving our country's economic growth, and also ensuring that environmental growths are met, creating a secure and sustainable future for our generations to come, and most definitely have an Atmanirbhar Bharat in our journey towards Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much once again, and I do hope to have a productive and inspiring summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that very warm welcome note and also setting the context for the day. Thank you once again. May I now request Shri Kishore S., who is the Senior Member FICCI Task Force on Critical Minerals and CEO Hindustan Zinc Limited, to kindly give the industry address.
Good morning all. Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Government of India, Shri Kishan Reddy Garu, Mr. Ed Jaga, Commercial Minister, High Commission of Canada and India, Ms. Jyoti Vij, Director General FICCI, Mr. Pankaj Sakija, JSW, industry participants, media friends, friends on the dais and off the dais. It is a great privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the time when critical minerals have moved from the periphery to the core of national strategy. For mining industry, this transition represents both opportunity and a huge responsibility to align commercial growth with national priorities. In this context, I would like to deeply appreciate the government proactive approach, and under the leadership of our Honorable Union Minister for Coal and Mines, Kishan Reddy Garu. I'm a huge fan of his energy level and the proactive action, whatever he has taken in the development of mining industry. The recent approaches in these years like formulation of national critical mineral mission, proactive and positive policies, transparent auction mechanisms, incentives for processing and recycling, PLI schemes, consistent budgetary focus on critical minerals. These initiatives have sent strong signals of mining in India and long-term commitment towards critical minerals. We can see a clear response from the metal and mining industries across the sector. Companies are actively reorienting and stepping up investments in exploration, diversifying into mineral streams, and focusing on downstream integration. With the last 6 tranches of auction, what happened? 46 blocks of auction has been completed successfully. This gives a clear proof of a fact that India is on the right path as far as critical minerals are concerned. Here, would like to highlight that the FICCI task force on critical minerals has been playing an important role as a bridge between industry and government. The task force is contributing by creating a bridge, bringing together the miners, manufacturers, financiers, and technology providers on a common platform, share globally best practices available on the critical minerals in all areas, surface the practical challenges from industry perspective for policy design. As a responsible miner at Hindustan Zinc Limited, which I represent today, we are leveraging our mining expertise of more than 65 years to align with India's critical mineral roadmap and with initiatives such as propose the zinc park, the tailing recycling which we have just announced, entry into critical minerals including the recent tungsten exploration. We assure the government that HESL will always be on the front foot as far as the critical mineral roadmap is concerned. From an industry perspective, few challenges are there, which a lot of challenges have already been addressed. Some challenges which need further addressing as we go forward is access to high quality geological data. As of now, as far as the critical minerals are concerned, most of the geological data are in G3 and G4 category. We need to shift it to G1 and G2 category. This will need an extensive amount of exploration. Just to give a perspective, countries like Canada and Australia, they spend around $4 billion on exploration annually. And India needs to do a lot of catch up because next 1 decade is going to be very, very critical for Indian industry to make our nation Atmanirbhar as far as critical minerals are concerned. High risk and capital investment on exploration, a long payback, this is a challenge which needs to be addressed. Long project gestation period due to the geological complexities. It is not like bulk minerals and bulk metals. The critical mineral has got its own challenges as far as the complexity, geological complexity is concerned. Limited domestic processing and refining capacity. We have to handhold with global partners who are already into this. That will help us, and most importantly, the downstream market, so that the industry and industry members get confidence in investing. This conference is extremely valuable for the industry, particularly given this situation. This will provide a platform to industry understand the policy, learn from global experience and the best practices the global countries are already following, and discuss practical solution across exploration, processing, global partnership, and the technology deployment in line with critical minerals. In closing, I would like to state that India's critical mineral cannot succeed through isolated efforts. Everyone has to join together. It requires close collaboration between government, industry, financial institution, and global partners. With aligned objective and focus, the Indian mining industry can play a transformative role in building resilient, sustainable and globally competitive critical mineral ecosystem for India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very vital and very informative words. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are very honored to have with us respected Mr. Ed Jager, Minister Commercial High Commission of Canada in India. May I request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Minister Reddy, G.G. Vij, Mr. Kishore, Dr. Sajja, friends, thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here before you, and I thank the Federation of Indian Chambers and Commerce of Industry for inviting me, giving me this platform to talk to you a little bit this morning so that we can talk about the Government of Canada's priorities in the critical mineral sector and the opportunities that exist for deeper cooperation between Canada and India. Yes, my name is Ed Jager, and I am responsible for the trade and investment program across India. From 7 offices, we are eager to work with Indian companies and to work with you in Canada. And so before I get into a little bit of the details, let me say how excited I am to be here today. It's clear that there is so much happening in the critical mineral sector, and to have such a room full of leaders shaping the future of India's industrial and technological growth, it's a pleasure for me to be among you. Interest in deeper commercial relationship between Canada and India has never been higher. I mean, that sometimes is an exaggeration when people say things like that. But the last 6 months in terms of our relationship has been a whirlwind. Our prime ministers have both made so much effort to make sure that we are working together in a place that really matters for both Canada and India. And so our prime ministers have had some substantial meetings. We've had ministers of various kinds and stripes come through India in the last 6 months, including our Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, who came to the India Energy Week and also spent a day in Delhi talking to some of his counterparts here. And so we believe that now is the time. There's a momentum that we would like to seize, and I invite you to work with us on that. It's clear that critical minerals do matter. They have moved from being niche mining products to becoming the foundation of clean technology, advanced manufacturing, and defense applications. Demand's rising, supply chains are undergoing stress, and countries are seeking stable, responsible, long-term partners. And Canada intends to be exactly that partner. Now, we launched a critical minerals strategy already in 2022 to accelerate responsible production, expand processing capacity, and build resilient supply chains. But that strategy now recognizes that critical minerals are strategic assets shaping the global economy. Now, when we look at Canada, our geological strengths stand out clearly. Canada is a key global producer of copper, nickel, and cobalt, and hosts advanced projects for lithium, graphite, rare earth elements, all essentials to EVs, batteries, defense systems, and electronics. And Canada also ranks among the top 10 countries globally for deposits of lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, copper, and rare earth elements, and holds the world's 6th largest lithium reserves. Canadian mining companies hold over $336 billion in global exploration and mining assets, reflecting the depth of our expertise and the scale of our resource base. And this creates one of the largest pipelines of critical mineral projects among advanced economies. Yet, Canada still produces only part of the critical minerals required domestically and by partners like India. And that gap represents opportunity. In 2024, Canada exported more than $2 billion in minerals and metals to India. Potash and copper were leading exports. Indeed, potash alone contributes nearly $10 billion to Canada's annual critical minerals GDP. But in my view, these exports represent only a fraction of what is possible. There is significant alignment between Indian industrial demand and Canadian capability. And so as we look to deepen this collaboration, let me highlight for a moment an important moment on the horizon. The PDAC convention taking place next month in Toronto. PDAC, of course, means the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada. It's the world's premier mining investment event and a gathering point for companies, financiers, governments, and innovators among the critical mineral value chain. Canada will be showcasing major critical mineral opportunities, and we look forward to welcoming a strong Indian presence, including companies exploring partnerships, investors assessing project pipelines, and policymakers building ties. This will be a big event for us in just a short week and a half. Let me shift, if I may, to an area that's essential to India's steel ambitions, metallurgical coal. Canada is a major producer of high-quality steelmaking coal. One of our coal companies referred to his coal recently as Louis Vuitton coal. It beats me what that is, but it must be good. So high-quality steelmaking coal with long-established operations in British Columbia and Alberta, supplying Asian steelmakers for decades. Our producers are known for their reliability, consistent quality, and strong environmental standards. And as India's steel sector expands to meet the goals of urbanization and the infrastructure that will be needed to support it, demand for metallurgical coal will remain strong. And Canadian companies are actively seeking long-term partners and new investment to modernize facilities, expand capacity. And the fit between Canadian supply, Indian demand is natural and compelling. Globally, supply chains are being reshaped. Demand for critical minerals is rising, geopolitical pressures are increasing competition, and we're all reassessing how to secure essential materials and reinforce economic sovereignty. And so to meet this evolving landscape, we're updating our critical mineral strategy with 3 priorities. First of all, we're expanding domestic production and processing, especially for dual-use minerals. We're protecting Canadian economic sovereignty by reducing vulnerabilities in concentrated global supply chains. And at home, we're partnering with Indigenous communities, industry, and allies to build transparent, resilient value chains. Canada has already introduced a number of tools to support project development. An act that streamlines major project approvals, a dedicated major project office to ensure federal coordination. We recognize that in the past it has sometimes taken far too long to get the approvals that are necessary. And so this Prime Minister, who really wants to get things done, and I feel the pressure to help him do that, is really keen to and has established this major project office because he wants it to move. And so the last budget included $1.5 billion for first and last mile infrastructure, because if you can't move the product to market, what's the point, right? $2 billion for Critical Mineral Sovereign Fund. And when our Natural Resources Minister was here several weeks ago, he was saying readily, if there was Indian investment in Canada, he'd be willing to match that out of that fund. And so there's a real desire to move. And of course, if you're in Canada and you're doing business, you don't want your profits all to be taxed away on you. And so we are expanding the tax incentives for exploration and clean tech manufacturing. And then at the same time, recognizing that a lot of that feeds into our defense ecosystem as well, we have a $500 million for advanced processing technology and stockpiling in our defense industrial strategy. And one thing that's slightly complicated about Canada is that our provinces are important players. Constitutionally, they are independent and they have a responsibility. They own the natural resources and regulate them, whereas the federal government is responsible for the interprovincial and international trade of all of those things. And so we have to work together. And so our department, Natural Resources Canada, is working very closely with regional governments, subnational governments to align regulations, identify high potential areas, support Indigenous participation, and make it possible for those projects to take place. There's a real desire across not just in the federal government. And so our long-term ambition, clearly, is to build every stage, right? We want to do everything ourselves if we can. We want to extract it, process it, manufacture it, recycling. And certainly that would be our goal. But at the same time, we recognize that we need partners. We need partners like India. We need partners that can rely on dependable, responsible supply. But we also want partners that will be willing to work with us. India's industrial rise aligns closely with Canada's strengths. And Canadian companies are actively seeking joint ventures, long-term partnerships with Indian industry, relations that support India's growth while helping Canada build resilient value chains for the future. And so, as we look forward, the potential for expanded trade and investment between Canada and India, especially in critical minerals and metallurgical coal, is substantial. And Canada is committed to building partnerships grounded in mutual respect, shared priorities, and long-term strategic alignment. Thank you again for your patience in listening to me today. Thank you to the Federation for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I look forward to welcoming many of you at PDAC next month and to deepening our collaboration and building resilient, sustainable supply chains for the industries of tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very insightful and very promising words. Thank you once again. It is now time for a significant milestone in today's program, ladies and gentlemen, the launch of FICCI portal on global critical mineral assets. The portal lists critical mineral assets across the world, country-wise. It also provides other detailed analysis in terms of mineral size, investment, collaboration opportunities. The portal will be accessible to all our FICCI members. May I now request Honorable Union Minister Sir Shri G. Kishan Reddy to kindly launch the portal with a click of a button. And I would request everyone present in the hall to kindly participate with a huge round of applause as we now launch the portal. Ladies and gentlemen, the launch of FICCI portal on global critical mineral assets being launched. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another moment of high significance. The FICCI Deloy report launch on critical minerals highlights current and future demand for minerals and the opportunities for the stakeholders. I once again request Honorable Union Minister, sir, and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly unveil the report. May I also request the report team from FICCI and Deloy to kindly join us onto the stage for the launch. Once again, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A huge moment for us, a moment of great value and high significance. We request our friends from media to kindly click this moment. This stays in our lens, and of course, it stays in our memories. This report, ladies and gentlemen, marks and reflects the vision, dedication, and collective efforts. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you so much, Honorable dignitaries on the dais, for launching the report as well. August Assembly, the moment that we all have been waiting for has arrived. It is a privilege as I now invite Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of Mines and Coals, Government of India, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
आप सब लोगों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं. Good morning, one and all. Respected Jyoti Viji, Director General FICCI, Your Excellency Mr. Ed Jagar, High Commission of Canada in India, respected S. Kishorji, Senior Member FICCI Task Force on Critical Minerals, Mr. Pankaj Satishaji, Co-Chair FICCI Mining Committee, and other industry partners, media friends, all other distinguished dignitaries, international partners, esteemed panel speakers, and experts present here today. I once again good morning one and all. Friends, क्रिटिकल मिनरल समिट के सेकंड एडिशन के लिए मैं फिक्की को भारत सरकार से ओर से, मेरे मिनिस्ट्री के ओर से, स्पेशली मेरे तरफ से मैं आप सब लोगों को हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं। आज का ये समिट भारत के भविष्य के लिए, भारत के क्रिटिकल मिनरल के एक्विजिशन के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि आज हम भारत के फ्यूचर की स्ट्रांग फाउंडेशन के लिए हम सब मिलकर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। आज की ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी, उसमें क्रिटिकल मिनरल, एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन, ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजिकल सभी देश के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट विषय है। सोलर पैनल्स हो, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स हो, डिफेंस सेक्टर हो, हेल्थ सेक्टर हो, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर हो, एरोस्पेस हो, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हो, मेडिकल इमेजिंग हो, न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी हो, सोलर हो, इन सब का आधार आज क्रिटिकल मिनरल है, लाइक लिथियम, लाइक कोबाल्ट, लाइक निकेल, रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स और कॉपर जैसे क्रिटिकल मिनरल का अवेलेबिलिटी आज हमारा सामने बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। मित्रों, भारत ही नहीं, पूरे विश्व का फ्यूचर आज इन क्रिटिकल मिनरल पर डिपेंड है। आज भी भारत मैक्सिमम क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के लिए 95% विदेशों से हम इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट है। ये आत्मनिर्भर के लिए, ये विकसित भारत के लिए हमें पूरा मिलकर इस चैलेंज को स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हम दुनिया के क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स की वैल्यू चेन कुछ देशों में हाईली कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड है, कुछ देश उनका कब्जा करके बैठे हैं, मोनोपोली है कुछ देशों का। ऐसी क्रिटिकल मिनरल का क्रिटिकल विषय पर, क्रिटिकल समय पर हम मिलकर एकजुट होकर हम काम करना पड़ेगा। आज उतना ही नहीं, दुनिया में क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स एक बहुत बड़ा जियोपॉलिटिकल एजेंडा बना हुआ है। हम भी महसूस करते हैं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद भारत का इस क्रिटिकल मिनरल का विषय पर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत सरकार, सारी भारत के इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर इस विषय पर ध्यान दे रही हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज भी है और मैं बताना चाहता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री जी विजन के आधार पर ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है इसमें जाने का, इसको पाने का, भारत को पूरा तैयार करने का एक बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी भी आज हमारा सामने पॉजिटिवली आए। ये समय है जब भारत ग्लोबल क्रिटिकल मिनरल लैंडस्केप में एक अट्रैक्टिव डेस्टिनेशन बनकर उभर सकता है। इसके लिए जो एनवायरनमेंट करना है, जो भी हम सब मिलकर काम करना है, उस अट्रैक्टिव डेस्टिनेशन बनाने के लिए हम पूरा मिलकर काम करना है। सही पॉलिसीज हम तैयार है, सही इनिशिएटिव्स हम तैयार है। सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स और इंडस्ट्री पार्टिसिपेशन, इसके लिए मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है। मित्रों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमने मिशन मोड पर क्रिटिकल मिनरल का विषय पर हम काम शुरू किया है। इसके लिए लगभग 32,000 करोड़ से 16,000 करोड़ बजट से प्रावधान किया है। रिमेनिंग 16,000 करोड़ हमारा पीएसयू से हम उसको प्रोविजन किया है। 32,000 करोड़ से नेशनल क्रिटिकल मिनरल मिशन का हम इसका काम शुरुआत किया है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार जब भी हमारा माइनिंग मिनिस्ट्री का रिव्यू होता है, एक ही पहला उनका शब्द होता है रिफॉर्म, 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 रिफॉर्म। अभी रिफॉर्म ने अभी नया शब्द यूज कर रहे हैं, रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस। भारत में रिफॉर्म का एक्सप्रेस आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। इसके लिए हम क्रिटिकल मिनरल का भी इस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस के आधार पर भारत सरकार, आप मिलकर, इवन हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, भारत के जितने भी हो, राजनीति जो भी हो बाहर रखिए, सब मिलकर हम काम करेंगे। और आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में अभी कनाडा का एक कमिश्नर बता रहे थे, हम अमेरिका के साथ क्लोजली डिस्कशन हो रहे, समय पर आपको बताएंगे। ग्रुप ऑफ कुछ कंट्रीज के साथ भी चर्चा कर रहे। कनाडा के साथ मैं जाने वाला था अभी, मगर उनका प्रधानमंत्री जी, कनाडा का प्राइम मिनिस्टर इज कमिंग टू इंडिया along with the mining minister, all the important officials, इसीलिए मेरा टूर कैंसिल हुआ। वैसा ही फ्रांस के कल माइनिंग मिनिस्टर आए थे, उनके साथ कुछ चर्चा करके एक रोड मैप बनाने के लिए हम आगे बढ़ रहे। वैसा ही अलग अलग देशों, एक देश छोड़कर अलग अलग देशों के साथ हम इस विषय पर एक अल्टरनेटिव, कोई क्रिटिकल मिनरल कोई हाथ में न रहना चाहिए। ये सारी दुनिया के विकास के लिए, दुनिया के जनता के विकास के लिए ये काम आना चाहिए, कुछ के कब्जा में नहीं रहना चाहिए। इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरा काम कर रहे हैं। जो भी देश से डिस्कशन होता है उसमें एक टॉप एजेंडा है प्रधानमंत्री जी का क्रिटिकल मिनरल। इसलिए आज हम भारत में ही नहीं है, विदेश में भी जा रहे हैं। अर्जेंटीना में 9,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर्स का एक लिथियम ब्लॉक्स भारत सरकार स्वयं लिया है। हम स्वयं लेकर एक्सप्लोरेशन का काम शुरू किया है और अलग अलग देशों से चर्चा करें, उनका रिजल्ट जल्दी हम घोषणा करेंगे। मित्रों, क्रिटिकल मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन से लेकर एक्सट्रैक्शन, प्रोसेसिंग, रिसाइकलिंग एंड रिसर्च और ओवरसीज एक्विजिशन, इसमें पूरे सप्लाई चेन तक हम मिलकर मजबूत करना है। मित्रों, एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स इतने कम समय में आज 4000 से ज्यादा भारत में क्रिटिकल मिनरल के संबंधित एक्सप्लोरेशन एक्टिविटी शुरू किया है। पूरे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में हमारे पीएसयूज के, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का, सभी जो भी एक्सप्लोरेशन एक्टिविटी करते हैं सबको एक एजेंडा देकर टाइम बाउंड में क्रिटिकल मिनरल का एक्सप्लोरेशन एक्टिविटी पर हम काम पे दिया है। पहली बार मैं बताना चाहता हूं, पहली बार 41 नोटिफाइड प्राइवेट एक्सप्लोरेशन एजेंसीज को 100% भारत सरकार के द्वारा, इनमेट के द्वारा फंडिंग देकर एक्सप्लोरेशन एक्टिविटी का जिम्मेदारी दिया है। 41 प्राइवेट एजेंसीज को भी, हमारा गवर्नमेंट का ही नहीं है, प्राइवेट लोगों को भी मैं एंकरेज कर रहा हूं, आइए आप लोग भी एंकरेज करें। इवन स्टार्टअप कंपनीज को, नौजवान जो शुरू किया है स्टार्टअप कंपनीज को 100% मैं फंड्स दे रहा हूं, एक्सप्लोरेशन काम शुरू करो, आगे भी आपको बहुत फायदा होगा। ऐसा ही हम काम शुरू किया है। मैं आप लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं इस विषय पर आप लोग भी आगे आइए। हमारा पास पैसे है, हम इनमेट के द्वारा हम पैसे देंगे। अब इसमें जो 41 एजेंसीज में लगभग 200 से ज्यादा इस प्रोजेक्ट्स को हम फाइनेंस दिया गया। एक्सप्लोरेशन रिस्क के कम करने के लिए कॉस्ट इंसेंटिव भी हम इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को दे रहे हैं। मित्रों, डोमेस्टिक प्रोसेसिंग और रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी पर विशेष बल देना है ताकि भारत रॉ मटेरियल एक्सपोर्ट्स को रोक सके, वैल्यू क्रिएटर भारत में ही बने। 24 क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर हम इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी का एग्जेम्पशन 100% दिया गया। जो भी देश से हम रॉ मटेरियल ला सकते हैं, क्रिटिकल मिनरल ला सकते हैं, कोई ड्यूटी भारत सरकार नहीं लगाएंगे, फ्री किया है इंपोर्ट के लिए। दूसरा विषय है, बजट में अभी लेटेस्ट 26-27 में कैपिटल गुड्स पर कस्टम ड्यूटी एग्जेम्पशन इसी दिशा का एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर अभी बजट में घोषणा किया है। रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर ओडिशा, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु राज्यों में स्थापित किया जा रही है। रेयर अर्थ एक परमानेंट मैग्नेट के लिए भी आज 7,280 करोड़ से एक पीएलआई स्कीम शुरू किया है। हैदराबाद जो हमारा माइनिंग मिनिस्टर का एनएफडीसी है, उस आज टेक्नोलॉजी रिसर्च करके डोमेस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी तैयार किया है और कुछ कंपनीज, प्राइवेट कंपनीज को हमने इसको टेक्नोलॉजी देने का काम शुरू किया है। इसी साल के अंदर परमानेंट मैग्नेट का भारत में ही पहली बार प्रोडक्शन शुरू होने वाला है। मित्रों, आज रिसाइकलिंग हमारे एक बढ़ाना है, इसका रिसाइकलिंग का साइकिल बढ़ाना है, हमारा स्ट्रैटेजी है इसका। माइनिंग के पास टाइलिंग्स, माइन वेस्ट से भी क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का ही रिकवरी को पॉलिसी सपोर्ट दिया गया है, जिससे वेस्ट को वेल्थ के बदलाना चाहते हैं। क्योंकि जो कोल माइन हो, जो भी माइन हो, सभी जगह माइनिंग के समय पर सैंपल्स उठाना, सैंपल्स टेस्ट करना। जो आज जो भी माइन हो, उसके अलावा उसमें कोई अदर मिनरल्स है क्या, मैं बताना चाहता हूं। बहुत पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट हमारे को मिला है। बहुत जगह क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का, रेयर अर्थ का भी, इवन आज से पहली बार आश का भी जो पावर कंपनीज में जो आश निकलता है उसका भी टेस्ट करने के बाद हमारे को रेयर अर्थ का कुछ सैंपल्स मिला है। इसके लिए हम रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को जिम्मेदारी दिया है। इस साल के अंदर वो भी ठीक तरीके से पॉजिटिव रिपोर्ट्स हम ले सकते हैं। रिसर्च, इनोवेशन और स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए देश में 7 इंपॉर्टेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस के हम सेंटर फॉर एक्सेलेंस के नाते हम फाइनेंस देकर उसको आइडेंटिफाई किए, जिम्मेदारी काम शुरू किया है। इसके अलावा लेबोरेटरीज, स्टार्टअप्स और एमएसएमई को भी एंकरेज करने का निर्णय करके हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज देश की लीडिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेटिव टेक्निक्स और एआई बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन डेवलप करने के लिए भी हम प्रयास शुरू किया है। हम इसमें भी आगे बढ़ना है। और एक विषय, जनवरी 2026 में कुकिंग कोल को भी क्रिटिकल मिनरल के सूची में शामिल किया है। और ये इनिशिएटिव्स के द्वारा देश में नया इन्वेस्टमेंट और नया टेक्नोलॉजी और एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी और सेल्फ सफिशिएंट के ओर हम एंकरेज करना चाहिए। क्रिटिकल मिनरल सिक्योरिटी को ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव पे हम देखें तो गवर्नमेंट इस दृष्टिकोण से एमएमडीआर एक्ट 2025 में लास्ट ईयर हमें अमेंडमेंट किया है ताकि भारत की एक्सप्लोरेशन और माइनिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स को प्रोएक्टिवली हम भाग ले सकते हैं। मित्रों, आज क्रिटिकल मिनरल का प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स भारत में कम है। इसमें भी ध्यान देना है क्योंकि मेहनत करके कुछ रॉ मटेरियल निकालने के बाद फिर वो रॉ मटेरियल सीधा उसी देश में जा रहे हैं। इसको रोकना है, प्रोसेसिंग करना है, ये हमारे लिए बहुत चैलेंज है। इसके लिए हम 4 स्टेट्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया है, आंध्र प्रदेश, उड़ीसा, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात। इस 4 स्टेटों में क्रिटिकल मिनरल का प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का एक पार्क बनाना है। इसके लिए अभी गुजरात सरकार काम शुरू किया है, आंध्र प्रदेश सरकार भी तैयार हो गया। मैं जल्दी ही उड़ीसा, गुजरात के उड़ीसा, महाराष्ट्र के चीफ मिनिस्टर्स मिलके इस पार्क के लिए, प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स के लिए भी हम चर्चा करने वाले हैं। इसलिए जो मिनरल निकालना एक विषय है, रॉ मटेरियल विदेशों से लाना एक विषय है, दूसरा प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट वैल्यू एडेड चेन सिस्टम भी भारत में बनाना है, नहीं तो फिर डिपेंड होना पड़ता है। इसके लिए भी ये भी काम साइमल्टेनियसली प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश पर हम शुरू किया है। इसी दिशा में नेशनल मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन ट्रस्ट स्कोप को बढ़ाया दिया है और ओवरसीज मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स के भी हम फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट करना है। जो भी भारत के एजेंसीज विदेश में जाकर भारत के लिए क्रिटिकल मिनरल लाना चाहते हैं, उनके एक्सप्लोरेशंस का भी हम फाइनेंस दे सकते हैं। इसका एक्ट भी हम बदले हैं पार्लियामेंट में। ऐसी जितने भी हो सकता है क्रिटिकल मिनरल के विषय पर काम पर हम एक के बाद एक मिशन मोड पर भारत सरकार काम शुरू किया है। जो मिनरल्स का, खासकर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का एक्शन आउटकम्स रिफॉर्म्स की स्ट्रेंथ के कारण आज 612 मिनरल ब्लॉक्स का एक्शन हुआ है भारत में, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइन की अनुरोध पर। दूसरा एक कदम जो एनवायरनमेंट मिनिस्ट्री ने महत्वपूर्ण व्यावहारिक सुधार उस मिनिस्ट्री में इस क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के लिए स्पेशली प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश पर निर्णय किया है। फॉरेस्ट एक्सप्लोरेशन, क्रिटिकल मिनरल के फॉरेस्ट एक्सप्लोरेशन में जो बोरहोल लिमिट था उसको बढ़ाया गया है। और दूसरा मैं बताना चाहता हूं, क्रिटिकल मिनरल प्रोजेक्ट्स को जो भी एक्सप्लोरेशन काम करते हैं उसके लिए पब्लिक हियरिंग से छूट दिया गया है। नो पब्लिक हियरिंग इन फॉरेस्ट एरिया। ये भारत सरकार बहुत बड़ा कदम इस विषय पर निर्णय किया है। मित्रों, एक्सपेंशन का प्रक्रिया सरल किया गया। कंपेंसेटरी अफॉरेस्टेशन नियमों को आसान बनाया गया। इससे कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बढ़ेंगे और इंडस्ट्रीज को भी राहत मिली है। और रिफॉर्म्स केवल केंद्र सरकार तक सीमित नहीं, स्टेट में भी बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल प्रस्तुत करने का हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं। एक्शन के बाद असम में अभी भी लेटेस्ट, ये हमारे लिए आपके लिए एक एग्जाम्पल है। सभी लोग हमारा PSUs भी हो, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के माइनिंग एक्टिविटी में है, सभी लोगों के लिए एक एग्जाम्पल है। असम में ग्रीनफील्ड माइनिंग ब्लॉक को एक्शन करने के बाद 9 महीने के अंदर विद इन 9 मंथ्स प्रोडक्शन का काम शुरू किया है। विद इन 9 मंथ्स ये हम इसके लिए मिलकर काम करना होगा, क्योंकि आज हमारा जो भी माइंस है पुराने सिस्टम से हम एक्शन करके आपको कमर्शियल ब्लॉक देने के बाद 7 साल लगा रहे हैं। 7 साल तक जो शुरू करते हैं कंपनी का ओनर, 7 साल के बाद उनका बेटा MD बन रहा है, वो रिटायरमेंट हो रहा है। इसलिए उसको सीधा स्पीड अप काम करना है। इसके लिए असम का एग्जाम्पल लेटेस्ट 2 महीने के पहले ही बता रहा हूं, विद इन 9 मंथ्स का प्रोडक्शन शुरू किया है। ऐसा ही गुजरात में प्री एम्बेडेड क्लियरेंस के साथ नोटिस इन्वेंटिव टेंडर जारी करके पूरे अप्रूवल्स देने का काम तेजी किया है। उड़ीसा में भी 3 ब्राउनफील्ड ब्लॉक्स को केवल 4 महीनों में ऑपरेशनल किया है। राजस्थान स्टेट में इसी वर्ष 26 माइनिंग ब्लॉक्स एक्शन करके देश में सबसे बड़ा माइनिंग ब्लॉक्स का एक्शन का प्रदर्शन राजस्थान में किया है। ब्लॉक्स भी फ्री क्लियरेंस के साथ एक्शन किया है। ऐसी एक के बाद हम कदम कदम से मिलकर आगे बढ़ना है। इन्हीं प्रयासों से सरकार ने एक पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट तैयार करने का प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश पर हम भी प्रयास कर रहे हैं। पॉलिसी सपोर्ट है, बजटरी बैकिंग है, इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क है, इंसेंटिव्स है, इंटरनेशनल एंगेजमेंट भी है। और ये ऑल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के अप्रोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़ना है। और इसी में इंडस्ट्रीज का अभी बहुत बड़ा भूमिका है। मैं आज बहुत मीटिंग में था, मगर आप लोगों से मिलना है। ये जो सरकार का स्टैंड आपके सामने लगाने के लिए मैं वो प्रोग्राम कैंसिल करके आपके सामने खड़ा हूं, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रीज की अभी बहुत बड़ा भूमिका आप लोग चैलेंज के साथ लेना चाहिए। क्योंकि फिक्की के द्वारा हो, इंडस्ट्रीज हो, कभी भी भारत का जब भी जरूरत है, जो रास्ता में जो स्पीड से आगे गति बढ़ना है, आप लोग साथ दिया है। इसमें भी क्रिटिकल मिनरल का भी आप लोग साथ देकर आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। इसी सेक्टर में अपॉर्चुनिटीज को जो भी है उसका पूरा लाभ उठाने के लिए अपनी पूरी सप्लाई चेन को प्रोफेशनली सभी मिलकर एकजुट होकर एक्शन प्लान बनाकर हम भारत को एक क्रिटिकल मिनरल का देश बनाना चाहिए। इसके लिए क्लियर टाइमलाइंस निर्णय करना होगा। स्पीडी ऑपरेशंस के और नॉट ओनली क्रिटिकल मिनरल, सभी माइंस का, वो कोल माइंस हो, जो भी माइंस का हम देश में हो रहे उसमें स्पीडी ऑपरेशन काम शुरू करना है। हर एक स्टेक होल्डर का अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स करना होगा और हर स्टेज पर हम एफिशिएंसी सुनिश्चित करके आगे बढ़ना है। टेक इट ग्रांटेड चलेगा, अभी नहीं चलेगा, वो चलेगा, अभी नहीं चलेगा। हम मिलकर इसमें सुधार लाएंगे। फिक्की के माध्यम से मैं आप सबसे आग्रह करता हूं, एक्सप्लोरेशन में भी आपका इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है। एडवांस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आधारित सॉल्यूशंस को लाना है। प्रोसेसिंग और रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी को मजबूत करना है। ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप को, एक्सप्लोरेशन और प्रोसेसिंग टेक्नोलॉजी को जो भी दुनिया में है, जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस दुनिया में है, भारत लाकर डोमेस्टिक वैल्यू चेन को मजबूत करना है। स्क्रैप से क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का लाने का बहुत बड़ा काम है। इसमें मैं स्पेशल आप लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं, कुछ स्क्रैप से जो अर्बन माइनिंग करते हैं आप लोग जाके देखना है। हैदराबाद में है, इधर लोहम भी है, अनदर फैक्ट्री है, जाके देखना है। बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है भारत में। ना मिनरल माइंस का जरूरत है, ना फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस का जरूरत है, ना एनवायरमेंट क्लियरेंस का जरूरत है। सीधा हम प्रोसेसिंग कर सकते हैं रिसाइकलिंग के द्वारा, स्क्रैप से रिसाइकलिंग के द्वारा। ये काम में बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, क्योंकि जितने पॉपुलेशन भारत में है, जो आज डिजिटलाइजेशन के कारण सभी लोगों के हाथों में करोड़ों करोड़ों सेलफोन्स है। और भारत में एक आदत है, मेरा घर में भी लगभग 10-15 सेलफोन्स होता है। हम फेंकते नहीं, किसको देते भी नहीं। हमारा माइंड सेट है भारत का। इसलिए जितने भी स्क्रैप है भारत में, घरों के बीच में है, कुछ जमीन के अंदर, धरती के अंदर जा रहे हैं, कुछ उसको रोकना है, इसको लेना है। घरों में उसको लेना है, धरती को ना जाया चाहिए, उसको रोकना है। रोकर उसमें से जो क्रिटिकल मिनरल, हैदराबाद में एक राम की कंपनी का मैं देखा हूं, गोल्ड निकाल रहे, मेरे को बताया गोल्ड, ये गोल्ड इस हम स्क्रैप से निकालें। इसीलिए इसका भी आप लोग ध्यान देना चाहिए। बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, इसके लिए प्लान करना चाहिए। गवर्नमेंट जो भी अर्बन जो इलेक्टेड कमिटीज होता है, रूरल में रूरल इलेक्टेड कमिटीज होता है, ग्राम पंचायत, उसमें भी मिलता है। अर्बन एरियाज में तो देयर इज नो एंड इंडिया में। इसका अर्बन माइनिंग का भी आप लोग पूरा ध्यान देना चाहिए। मैं आप लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पॉलिसी सपोर्ट, फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट, इंटरनेशनल सपोर्ट और ऑपरेशनल सपोर्ट, होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के साथ हम पूरा आप लोगों को सपोर्ट करेंगे। विदेशों से भी स्क्रैप लाना चाहिए, विदेशों से भी स्क्रैप लाकर भारत में उसका प्रोसेसिंग करना चाहिए, क्रिटिकल मिनरल से निकालना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री बोलते हैं ये समय है, सही समय है। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के विश्व के सबसे तेजी से उभरते हुए विश्व में एक सेक्टर है। आज अमेरिका प्रेसिडेंट और जो भी अलग अलग देशों का जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो, प्रेसिडेंट्स हो, हर डिस्कशन पे नेशनल लेवल पर भी, विदेशों के साथ भी यही चर्चा करते हैं, क्रिटिकल मिनरल, क्रिटिकल मिनरल, क्रिटिकल मिनरल। हम इसके साथ हम भी आगे बढ़ना है, जहां इनोवेशन, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट और वैल्यू एडिशन जैसी एक्टिविटीज में अनलिमिटेड अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। मित्रों, इसके अलावा मैं फिर कभी भी बोलूंगा, मगर आज मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, इसको क्रिटिकल मिनरल को संबंध नहीं है। जो भी माइंस है, माइनिंग के बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश पर माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी पर भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। यह हमारे लिए चैलेंज है। भारत में एक हम खाली मिनरल के निकाल के छोड़ के जाते हैं, पूरे ऐसी एनवायरमेंटल एक हड़ारेस करते हैं, ऐसा एक हमारा ऊपर आरोप है भारत में। इसको प्रधानमंत्री जी के आदेश पर हम काम शुरू किया है। हजारों करोड़ हम भारत सरकार इसमें खर्च कर रहे हैं। अभी 143 डीकोल्ड कोल माइंस का आइडेंटिफाई करके इसके साइंटिफिक तरीके से 143 कोल माइंस को माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी का काम शुरू किया है। उसके पूरे क्या क्या बजट प्रोविजन है तैयार किया है और उसके साथ क्या क्या काम करना है, एक एक माइन पे उसका आइडेंटिफाई करके इसका टेंडर का काम शुरू करे हमारे लोग। इसके लिए एक नोडल ऑफिसर को नियुक्त किया है, एक एक माइन के लिए एक एक, और एक एक माइन के लिए जो भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आते हैं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर के नेतृत्व में उस एरिया में रहने वाले एनजीओस को इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव के साथ एक कमिटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया है। नंबर 2। नंबर 3 बजट प्रोविजन किया है भारत सरकार के ओर से। उसके हटकर हमारे कोल मिनिस्ट्री में जितने भी हमारा कोल कंपनीज का डायरेक्टर है, ऑफिसर्स है, इंक्लूडिंग मी, हम एक एक माइन का एक एक अडाप्ट किया है। मैं वेस्टर्न कोलफील्ड में एक माइन का अडाप्ट करके जो डी कोल माइन है उसको साइंटिफिक मेथड से उसको माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी को पूरा कंप्लीट करने का जिम्मेदारी मैं एक माइन लिया है। मेरा पीएस है आईएएस ऑफिसर, उनको भी एक दिया है। हमारा कोल इंडिया का चेयरमैन, हमारा कोल मिनिस्ट्री का सेक्रेटरी को भी एक एक माइन दिया। ऐसा 143 कोल माइंस को 2028 के अंदर पूरा माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटीज कंप्लीट करके हम भारत सिर्फ हम ग्रीन एनर्जी, हम नेट जीरो 2070 का जो काम है 28 में इस कोल सेक्टर में हम पूरा करेंगे। इसके लिए गिनीज बुक रिकॉर्ड में भी हम लाने वाले हैं। इसमें वैसे ही माइनिंग में भी हम काम शुरू करने वाला है, इसलिए भी इसमें आप लोग भी वॉलंटरी एक्टिविटी भी आप लोगों से मैं अनुरोध करता हूं इस माइन क्लोजर एक्टिविटी में, क्योंकि आज भी कोल का बहुत बड़ा डिमांड है। कोल का बहुत बड़ा डिमांड है। कोल प्रोडक्शन हम ठीक तरीके से करें, कुछ रोकना पड़ रहा है क्योंकि इतना कोल है, हमारा कोल कंपनीज के पास स्टॉक्स है, जगह नहीं है। पावर कंपनी के पास भी स्टॉक्स है, उनके पास भी जगह नहीं है। इतना कोल प्रोडक्शन कम करना पड़ रहा है हमारा। इतना एक्सेस कोल प्रोडक्शन भारत में है, उसको एक्सपोर्ट करना है और ज़्यादा कोल प्रोडक्शन करना है। और क्योंकि आज भी 74% ऑफ पावर जो पावर जनरेट करते हैं भारत में वो थर्मल के द्वारा, कोल के द्वारा ही पावर जनरेशन होता है। इसलिए कोल का डिमांड है, कोल माइनिंग एक्टिविटी बढ़ेगा। इसमें साइंटिफिक मेथड से इस कोल को उपयोग करना है। मित्रों, यदि हम आज बोल्ड डिसीजन लेते हैं, आने वाले समय भारत को क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स इकोसिस्टम को एक ट्रस्टेड, कॉम्पिटिटिव और लीडिंग पावर के रूप में हम स्थापित करने के लिए हम काम करना है। मैं आखिरी में एक इस विश्वास और संकल्प और पार्टनरशिप के भावना के साथ मैं फिक्की को, जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स है, सभी लोगों को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। इसमें मिलकर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। भारत को आने वाले दिन में जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, 2047 का जो डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है। क्योंकि 2047 क्यों लगाया, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं अरे भाई आजाद के बाद तो कुछ डेट ही नहीं था, चल रहे चलने दो, इसके बाद डेवलप्ड कंट्री का बात ही नहीं था। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी एक टारगेट निकाले, 2047 तक भारत को एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाना। सिर्फ भारत सरकार से नहीं होता है, नहीं तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से नहीं होता है। हर एक सेक्टर का 140 करोड़ लोग जनता तय करना है। 2047 तक भारत एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री, विकसित भारत बनकर होना चाहिए। इसके लिए मिलकर काम करना है। इसका एक एजेंडा है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी एजेंडा नहीं है, विजन है उनका, मगर एजेंडा आल 140 करोड़ जनता के सामने एक एजेंडा है। इसमें जब मिनरल सेक्टर में भी हम विकसित भारत बनना है, मिनरल सेक्टर में भी आत्मनिर्भरता और मिलकर काम करना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री महोदय आपका, आपके अत्यंत प्रेरणात्मक और उत्साहवर्धक संदेश के लिए एक बार और बहुत बहुत आभार मंत्री महोदय आपका। थैंक यू ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर सर फॉर दोज वेरी इंस्पायरिंग एंड वेरी एनकरेजिंग वर्ड्स। Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed towards the concluding moment of the inaugural session, may I invite Shri Pankaj Satija, Co-Chair, FICCI Mining Committee and Executive Vice President Corporate Affairs, JSW Group, to kindly present the closing remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
श्रद्धेय मंत्री महोदय श्री जी किशन रेड्डी जी, Honorable Union Minister of Mines and Coal, Mr. Ed Jagger, Minister Commercial, High Commission of Canada and India, Mr. Kishore, ज्योति मैम। मंत्री महोदय ने जितना कहा उसको 5 मिनट में समराइज करना बड़ा मुश्किल है क्योंकि इन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें कही हैं, बट व्हाट आई कुड मेक आउट, देयर इज ए फेमस श्लोक फ्रॉम मत्स्य पुराण व्हिच सेज दैट विकल्प मात्रा स्थाने वरूप्यम मनसो भवेत पश्चात मूल क्रियारंभम गंभीर आवर्त दुस्तर। If you have many options, plan B, plan C, plan D, then there is a likelihood that the plan A which you have made may get fail. There will be various, the Hindi word is avarti, which will make the success very difficult. So you follow the संकल्प मोड। जो मंत्री महोदय ने आज कहा कि इसको मिशन मोड में काम करना है, हमें संकल्प के रूप में से काम करना है, विकल्प के रूप में काम नहीं करना है। तो मैं आपका सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ आपके इस उद्भाषण के लिए। इन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें बताई। द फर्स्ट ऑफ मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट दैट क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स आर द बेड रॉक फॉर क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, डिफेंस, सोलर, एंड उन्होंने एक हिंदी में कहा कि ये आधार है भविष्य की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का। He also highlighted that how we can move away from import independence. कुछ देशों के एकाधिकार पे भी उन्होंने बताया कि there are certain monopolies and how we can be self-reliant, self-dependent in critical minerals. He also emphasized that it is not only a challenge, it is an opportunity also. और एक बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने एक संदेश दिया कि यही समय है, सही समय है। एक और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि ये रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस है एंड इट्स नॉट ओनली इन वन डायरेक्शन, इट इज अक्रॉस एक्सप्लोरेशन, एक्सट्रैक्शन, प्रोसेसिंग, रिसाइकलिंग। ही ऑल्सो हाईलाइटेड अबाउट द वर्क विच हैज बीन डन इन डिफरेंट कंट्रीज लाइक अर्जेंटीना लिथियम ब्लॉक and the partnership which Indian government is making with US, Canada and different countries. So these are some of the directions which we got from macro and the overseas point view, but he also gave different examples which are in India, जो हर इंडस्ट्री के लिए, हर माइनिंग कंपनी के लिए काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है। आसाम का उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल दिया जो 9 months में काम चालू हुआ। इट्स अ लर्निंग फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। He also highlighted the rare earth corridor, REPM permanent magnets, और हम लोग इस साल उसको देखने वाले हैं। Critical mineral processing park in 4 states, which he also highlighted on the part of processing where we need to do more, and recycling. कोकिंग कोल को भारत सरकार ने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में भी डाला है और उसके चलते भी इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंस कोकिंग मिनरल्स पे, कोकिंग कोल पे भी हमें कम करना है। और उसमें जो रिफॉर्म है उनके बारे में भी माननीय मंत्री जी ने हमें बताया कि पब्लिक हियरिंग का एग्जेम्पशंस और फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस, एनवायरमेंट क्लियरेंस में हम कैसे तेज़ी से उसमें आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो मेरे समय मैंने पहले कहा कि इन्होंने जितना बताया उसके लिए आई डोंट हैव सफिशिएंट टाइम टू कंपाइल, बट स्टिल सर योर गाइडेंस, सर योर थॉट विल डेफिनेटली take us and enlighten all of us to do our bit. As you rightly mentioned that it is not only the government, ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का काम है और हम सब मिलके इसको करेंगे। Mr. Ed Jagger, You also told the very opening remark that you are excited. There's so much happening in critical minerals, and you highlighted on the partnership and relationship in between different two countries and how both the government are going to strengthen it. You reiterated the point which Honorable Minister has told, that foundation of clean technology, defense and advanced manufacturing, and strategic assets shaking the global economy. That was a very bold statement from your side. And you also advocated for coking coal, where there are opportunities for Indian mining companies to explore. I also like to thank Kishore Sahab and Jyoti ma'am. At the end, I would like to further conclude what Honorable Minister has told with the famous mantra of Rigved, that Samaniva Akuti, Samana Hirdayaniva, Samana Mastuvomana, Yathava Susahati. United be our purpose, harmonious be our feelings, collected in your mind in the same way as all the various aspects of the universe exist in togetherness and wholeness. And that's the way we can meet the target of Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those closing remarks and proposing the vote of thanks. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are concluding our inaugural session. We thank our Honorable Minister, sir, honorable dignitaries on the dais, and I also request for a quick moment of a group photograph opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause once again, thanking our honorable dignitaries of the inaugural session. Thank you once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our friends from media have just clicked this moment in their lenses, and of course, this stays in our memories. Once again, thanking Honorable Minister, sir, and our dignitaries for a successful inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, we break exactly for 15 minutes. May I request you to kindly stay? Let's all wait for Honorable Minister, sir. He's stepping down off the stage, and he will be meeting. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, after the 15 minutes break, we would begin with our first technical session, which would be on critical minerals, staff, exploration and processing technology, AI and finance in driving the critical minerals ecosystem. Also, may I make a quick announcement regarding the certificates. All the participating certificates can be collected from the registration desk. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I have an exciting announcement to make. After two technical sessions, the last two technical sessions, we would have a quiz segment, and we have exciting prizes to win for the same. There will be two prizes for the two questions will be asked after the two sessions, the technical session. Thank you, and stay tuned for that. I request everyone outside the hall to kindly join us inside. Also, a quick reminder regarding our mobile phones, which needs to be kept in our silent mode. And ladies and gentlemen, the participation certificates may be collected from the registration desk. Also, may I just announce something very exciting? After the last two technical sessions, during the end of the technical sessions, we would have exciting moment, which is the quiz segment. We would request you to kindly participate in the same. We also have some exciting prizes for the same. There are 2 prizes to be won in each quiz segment, and in total there will be 4 prizes. So may I request you all to kindly stay tuned for the same. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to our technical session 1. May I request everyone to kindly settle down inside the hall. And a quick reminder regarding our mobile phones, which needs to be kept on silent mode. Requesting all our organizing team members to invite our guests from outside to join us inside the hall. And also a quick reminder regarding the exit door, which shall remain shut during the proceeding of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, after a very successful inaugural session, we're all charged up and geared up for our next session, which is the technical session 1 on critical minerals TAF, exploration and processing technology, AI and finance in driving the critical minerals ecosystem. The session will explore how emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and advanced digital solutions and financial enablers are transforming critical minerals exploration, mining operations, and research and development. The session will also examine the financing challenges and explore innovative financing models that can help unlock investment and support the scale-up of resilient critical mineral ecosystem. May I request you all to kindly join me as I invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage. May I request Dr. Tamanna SRC Murthy, Head Mineral Processing Division, Bhava Atomic Energy Center, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, to kindly join us onto the stage. Very warm welcome to Dr. Tamanna. May I now invite Shri Sandeep Naradi, who is the co-chair FICCI Mining Committee and Vice President Mines and Mines India Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome, Shri Sandeep Naradi. May I also now invite Shri Pankaj Satija, who is also the moderator of the session and the co-chair FICCI Mining Committee and Executive Vice President Corporate Affairs, JSW Group, to kindly join us onto the stage. Inviting now Dr. Abhilash, who is the Senior Principal Scientist, Council of Scientists and Industrial Research, National Meteorological Laboratory, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Professor Dheeraj Kumar, who is the Project Director, Texmin Innovation Hub and Center of Excellence, IIT ISM, Dhanbad. Shri Ehsan Abdullah, who is the Managing Partner, TAS and Hamjeet. Kindly join us onto the stage, sir. Also inviting Shri Neeraj Chadda, Director, Complete Instrumentation Solution Private Limited, and Shri Abhinav Goel, Energy Specialist, World Bank. Very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists onto the dais. Once again, may I request everyone present in the hall to kindly settle down, and may I once again request you to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we call the technical session 1 to order. May we begin this session by the industry address. And to do the same, may I invite Shri Sandeep Naradi, who is the co-chair FICCI Mining Committee and Vice President Mines, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, to kindly give the industry address.
Good afternoon. I extend my heartfelt welcome to all dignitaries on the dais, industry leaders, technology providers, academia, media friends, colleagues from multilateral and international institutions. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this technical session on critical minerals, TAF, exploration and processing technology, AI and finance in driving the critical minerals ecosystem. This session is quite important as it addresses the core determinants of success in the critical mineral sector, how emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and advanced digital solutions and financial enablers are transforming critical minerals exploration, mining operations, and research and development. The session will also examine the financing challenges and explore innovative financing models that can help unlock investment and support the scale up of resilient critical minerals ecosystems. Over the last few years, India's critical minerals discourse has evolved substantially from formal identification of critical minerals in 2023 to legislative and institutional reforms and to the successful auction of multiple blocks over several tranches. As highlighted in earlier discussions, allocation momentum has been achieved. The focus must now expand to the next challenge: how efficiently we move from exploration to operating mines and from mined material to processed usable inputs for manufacturing and clean energy sectors. The progress achieved thus far would not have been possible without the decisive and forward looking policy decisions of the Government of India. The launch of the National Critical Mineral Mission, amendments to the MMDR Act, the introduction of exploration licenses for deep seated minerals, the rare earth magnet corridors, PLI for RE magnets, and the central government's direct auction of critical mineral blocks reflect a clear recognition that mineral security must be treated as a strategic priority. These reforms have significantly improved policy clarity, enhanced transparency, and created a predictable framework that has encouraged serious industry participation. Equally important has been the government's growing emphasis on processing, value addition, and recycling initiatives. The initiatives such as 7,000 plus crore rare earth permanent magnet scheme, customs tariff rationalization for processing equipment, and the critical mineral recycling incentive scheme demonstrate a shift from resource allocation to ecosystem building. From an industry perspective, the most significant constraint today is not only the availability of the resources but the limited scale of domestic beneficiation and advanced processing capacity, which continues to expose Indian manufacturers to external supply disruptions and price volatility. Mineral security is increasingly determined by processing dominance rather than resource ownership. Rare earths illustrate this clearly. While India ranks among the top three countries globally in the rare earth reserves, domestic production and refining remain quite limited. China alone controls 90% of global rare earth refining capacity and almost the entire processing of heavy rare earth elements, giving it a decisive advantage across the value chain. So the implication is quite clear. Without domestic beneficiation, refining, and downstream conversion, India risks importing strategic vulnerability even when resources are available domestically. Going forward, the priority for industry must be to move decisively from policy momentum to operational scale. This requires accelerated development of commercial processing facilities, investment in pilot and demonstration plants for mineral specific technologies, structured partnerships with global technology providers, and access to the long term risk aligned financing. On this occasion, I will like to appreciate FICCI's Global Mineral Asset, which is the initiative in the direction with many more to follow. So, as we deliberate, it is important to recognize that geology alone will not determine success. So, technology, artificial intelligence, and finance will. The session on TAF, that is technology both for exploration and processing, AI, and finance, therefore sits at the very heart of building a resilient and globally competitive mineral value chain. In the area of exploration, advanced technologies and transforming how mineral assets are identified and evaluated. Remote sensing, geospatial mapping, hyperspectral imaging, and AI driven data analytics are dramatically improving the accuracy, speed, and cost efficiency of mineral discovery. For a country like us, where large areas remain underexposed, adopting next generation exploration technologies can significantly accelerate resource identification. Processing technology is also equally critical. Globally, while mineral reserves may be diversified, processing capacity remains concentrated. If India aims to move up the value chain, investment in advanced refining and separation technologies is essential. Artificial intelligence can play a transformative role across the value chain, from exploration and mine planning to operational efficiency, predictive maintenance, supply chain optimization, and traceability. AI driven systems can enhance recovery rates, reduce waste, improve safety standards, and strengthen environmental monitoring. In a sector where margins and sustainability considerations are increasingly critical, digitalization is no longer optional, it is strategic. However, technology and innovation cannot scale without robust financial architecture. Critical mineral projects are capital intensive. There is long gestation period and exposed to commodity price volatility. Therefore, innovative financing mechanisms, blended finance, risk sharing instruments, long term offtake agreements, sovereign backed credit frameworks, and ESG linked funding will be much more essential. Financial institutions must evolve models that recognize the strategic importance of these minerals beyond purely short term commercial metrics. So, public private partnerships can help de risk investments and attract long term capital into exploration and processing infrastructure. Finally, the TA framework represents an integrated approach. Technology enables efficiency, AI drives intelligence and optimization, and finance ensures scalability. When these three pillars align, they create a powerful ecosystem capable of supporting India's energy transition goals, advanced manufacturing ambitions, and strategic autonomy objective. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very informative words from you. May I now request Dr. Abhilash, who is the Senior Principal Scientist, Council of Scientists and Industrial Research, National Metallurgical Laboratory, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, to kindly present the theme address.
Good morning, Namaskar. Myself Abhilash. I represent National Metallurgical Laboratory, CSIR, Jamshedpur, and also a part of Center of Excellence in Critical Minerals and Metals, which has been awarded by Ministry of Mines to NML among all the other nine partners. Being from the research fraternity, it is very difficult for me to have extempo, so I just tried to prepare some slides, which essentially would like to give you some insights on the technologies available in India, which we often say that we have to import, and some technology footprints that would need your support to either validate or scale up or take forward together and work together, like it was being very much stressed in the morning inaugural session by Honorable Minister as well. So that's why I've kept the topic as endeavors and technological footprints in processing of critical minerals, mineral resources. This is a report which was launched by Niti Aayog 2 weeks back, and It was a pleasure to contribute to the report and then go through it. This report actually gives you very, very good idea about the demand, supply chain, the needs, and the research endeavors, and the shortcomings, and the further steps at it. So I started my presentation with this report itself, though my report doesn't have anything extract out of this, but there's a report that many of the people should be going and reading it back home, so that it gives you very much good idea about more than what I'm speaking, or more than what we discussed today morning. Being from research fraternity, is always a pleasure for research fraternity to first focus on themselves to show what they are among all the other people who are involved in. So our genetic linkage from 1950 starts with use of rare earths in alloys, and then followed by 2000, since when we have been working in the extraction of rare earths on critical metals. We are not talking about critical minerals at that time, 25 years back. So these are all the metals that we have dealt in small ways from TRL4 onwards to till TRL7, 8, and we are trying to advance ours further on this. So this is CSIR NML in 2020-2025. We have been working on close to 80-85 projects and a good amount of technology transfers, primarily in the area of urban mining. We have been working a lot, and we are possibly doing one of the best in this country for urban mining. And we have a dedicated center for critical minerals, as well as critical metal processing pilot scale facility, which tackles up to 100 kg, 200 kg of feed in one go. And just adding on to some of the minerals which I wanted to emphasize, which were talked in the morning. One was lithium. We don't have much of spodumene in India, but spodumene has been called as a very technologically sound feed for India, because that's what the richer is. So from spodumene, from lepidolite, from zinwaldite, these are the three important minerals which has been talked. Recently, the mineral was discovered in Jammu, which contains lateritic alumina containing lithium. So all these have been tested in various scales with the CSIR laboratory and a mission mode project. But finally, what emerged was the spodumene was the best resource to tackle. And the most happy thing which I wish to share with you is that the spodumene we have converted into 99.98% lithium carbonate. And this has been supplied to our sister lab, SICRI. And SICRI has been able to develop cells. The purity of the lithium carbonate stands very high. And you can see this is the 18650 cell validation studies, where we have been able to make the cells from the lithium carbonate generated out of spodumene. So the path has taken very strong, and we are not now in nascent stage. We can say that spodumene ore is a suitable material for lithium carbonate. It has been proved, and the end part of the solution is that now the Switch Mobility has expressed their interest in this kind of studies to go ahead with the making lithium carbonate out of spodumene, because they are closer to that particular mines in Karnataka. Going on to manganese, this is also a very good material which we had with MOIL, and we will be able to have good amount of manganese dioxide or EMD out of it. This is something on the batteries which CSIR NML has government's first pilot plant project on 1 TPD battery dismantling, and we have been able to deliver a quite good number of technology transfers on this aspect as well. Now, when we move on to lithium, there are two minerals that has been less talked in the critical mineral context. One is gluconite and one is feldspar, because these are the most important reserves of potash. When we recently talking on the global front, we see that we don't have much of potash available with us, which is extractable and which is processable to cater to our fertilizer needs. So this is a very small work that we represent over here, where we have been able to process the gluconite from the Rajasthan deposits and convert them into potash, followed by a feldspar, which from where we can generate not even potash but also ferrosilicon as a very good material, which Sandeep ji must be aware about. And apart from that, we have got urea and other products coming out of it. So this was developed as 10 kg scale. Why I generically specify on 10 kg scale is that we don't get these materials very often. So it is my request through this forum is that people who have got such kind of resources, or the NPAs who are interested in venturing into these kind of resources, should be able to see this slide, come to us, give us the material, so that we can at least validate the process on different resources on a better scale and come to a conclusion whether the technology is to be imported or we can work on that in India as well. Tungsten was discovered in the resource called as Degana in Rajasthan, which now it is a zinwaldite resource. So now they called it as lithium tungsten deposit. So tungsten deposit has been explored a lot by BRC in 1980s. But there's one deposit in Karnataka which is called as the gold scheelite deposit, the gold tailings. It contains tungsten at a very, very low quantity, 0.02%. So beneficent technology is available where we have been able to give a 99% purity of tungsten oxide out of it. And we need not discuss on what is applications of tungsten because the prices are going very high. But when you are going to scraps, DRDO uses bullets that contains tungsten in the bullet, making scraps as well. So that scrap also contains very high quantity of tungsten. What is transferred to 3 companies operating in India right now is a TRL5 process where they can make APT, tungsten oxide, and yellow tungsten oxide out of it. That has got multiple applications in defense and technological sectors. This is just to show that. Graphite, we have done a lot. We have got commercial plants operating on this. This is one slide which, though magnesium is not a critical mineral for India right now, but it would definitely be very soon. And we have got a long history of making magnesium, and recently we are commissioning a pilot plant which can produce 120 kg per day magnesium at our campus in Jamshedpur. This is our sister laboratory, NIST CSIR, who has been working a lot on making TiO2 from ilmenite. So this is a commercial flow chart which shows how they move on from the raw ilmenite up to the rutile. And this process is available for transfer. I just wanted to give you a CSIR insight on this because this is one of the processes that has been tested by in Chavara with VV Minerals as well. So on secondary source, we have done a lot. On PCBs, we have got 12 technology transfers which are being operated. Just because the 2 people who are involved in this project are there with me, so I took the liberty of putting this slide as well. Dr. Sarna Bhavan and Dr. Vilas from Niti Aayog and Hindalco were there in this meeting as well. So this was with their efforts that we could come to a process, come to a stage where we can say that red mud is utilizable to extract alumina, titania, iron, and rare earths. So it was with their support that we have come to a stage that we can now take it forward, and I'm happy to share it to the people who are not aware that we recently signed an agreement of 10 ton per day with NALCO, who is willing to take it forward to not repeat the process but to make rare earths oxides separate. They want to make scandium oxide as a top priority because red mud is one of the most prime resource for scandium in this country. Steel slag, this we did with Tata Steel. This is something which we wanted to talk regarding here because we are taking it in a big way of magnets. We have got a process that makes magnet-based REPM oxides, which are got 99.8% purity out of hydrometallurgical process, pyro-based hydrometallurgical process, and it has contains rare earth oxides as well as alloys. Now, the best part over here is that this material is supposed to be taken up into magnets. So now we are, along with Ministry of Mines, going for a process where there are 3 industrial partners who wish to take this process ahead to make magnets out of the oxides generated in this process. And DRDO is our technological partner for assessment of those magnets. So we already had made some gadolinium neodymium, but it was a very low scale. So we want to take that knowledge forward of our molten salt electrolysis and take it forward to make magnets. And selenium, tellurium, I don't want to talk much on this. Yeah, vanadium. Vivek ji is here. Vivek ji, we have been interacting a lot on how to explore vanadium potential processes to extract out of the depot deposit in Arunachal Pradesh, which has been recently auctioned, and they are working on that. But this is just to give you an insight that there are many secondary sources which contains more vanadium that we have in India as a primary resource. So some of them are like spent catalyst, bare sludge, and coal slag. Coal slag we did for MNC in India who wanted to make ferrovanadium, and they are going into in a big way in India for making vanadium redox batteries as well. So sodium batteries, we have some technology available with us. So anybody wants to interact on this, we can do that. And this is just to give you insights on this. My remarks, if I Pankaj said me that to wind up quickly, so I just want to go with the remarks, is that the procurement and stockpiling is something we should be doing. Let us do stockpiling of the resources when we have got zero import duty on some of the critical mineral resources which we have outside. We should have it in India. Apart from me in CSI NML, there are other CSI laboratories who are working on that. We should leverage those opportunities, try to see whether their processes works on your material, and let us keep a stock of the situation and let us try to import the material. Africa is a very good destination. There were a lot of discussions with CSEP, and they are a very fond partners of India to work on regional cooperation on imports material. Recently, there was a BIS meeting last month on the same date at the BIS headquarters, and we were talking on national stockpiling of feed minerals, specifically for black mass and magnets. So India stands strong on curbing the exports of black mass, and we support that from the BIS and research perspective. One thing which I wanted to say, which I was talking to Dheeraj as well, that duplication of research should be stopped. If somebody is working on something, we should be working together rather than working differently. That's what the Honorable Minister also said. And we should be having an industry R&D partner combination. This is something which was said in the morning, but now, fortunately, we are on that path, and NMDT is supporting that for all the tailings. So tailing supports is something which is NMDT and Ministry of Mines is giving. Two things which I wanted to emphasize through this forum, like Sandeep ji said, geology only will not serve the purpose. So when we are right now in most of the cases on G3 stage, the R&D laboratories or the education institution should be leveraged with the raw materials that you get from the G3 stage. Because the moment that time which you take going from G3 to G2 to G1, between that time the R&D laboratories can work and leverage a technology in India on the Atmanirbhar front, that here is a technology which you can use for the X mineral and a metal available in the system. So this should be available, and the NPAs who are participating in it should be partnering with R&D institutions for this. And when an X-man goes for a bidding of a mines, if he has got an R&D and the mineral associated data combined together in the booklet, actually that gives him or her a very good confidence that should be going it. Because recently there were some differences in the data coming up in the GSI reports, as well as when the party was going for the mining, the values were kind of different. So Vivek ji might agree with that. So that's all from my side, and I hope that we'll be coming up with a lot of opportunities where people can come to research labs and support us and validating the studies, and we can go ahead with working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very interesting and very insightful presentation from your end. Thank you once again. May I now invite Dr. Tamanna SRC Murthy, Head Minerals Processing Division, Bhava Atomic Research Center, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India, to kindly deliver the special address.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. So I planned for 15 minutes presentation, but due to the paucity of the time, I would not like to take that much time. Just I will wind up within a 10 minutes. Just I will tell you the glimpses of our activities. So I am from the Department of Atomic Energy, so I need not give the introduction or any details of nuclear energy in our country. So our department is not only contributing for electricity and national security, in addition to that, so many societal benefits. So like isotopes, medical isotopes, radioisotopes, and for water treatment, and more than that, beyond that. So for all those requirements, not only atomic minerals, these critical minerals are also very essential. So that way, the Department of Atomic Energy is closely working on critical minerals also from the inception of the department. So if you see compared with the energy generated from the coal-based thermal power plants, so this renewable energy not only it impacts on the environment as well as the particulate matters. So for those applications, these critical minerals or materials are very essential. We know all these things. So critical minerals means, as per the definition, so many definitions are there. But here I would like to say in a layman language, if this is required, but we don't know when we will get and when we will not get, because it is all depends on the geopolitical conditions. So self-reliance and establishing of our own technologies and our own resources is very essential. So with the experience of the better experience of our Department of Atomic Energy, they have initiated right from the starting, from the upstream to downstream, for all atomic minerals, we have our own cycle, well-established cycle. So with different agencies are involved. For example, exploration, the AMD is one of our organizations, and mining, open cast mining, underground mining by UCIL. And for the midstream, our division is having the expertise. In addition to BRC, several divisions have that expertise for depending upon the type of the nature of the material and nature of the requirements. And in downstream, for the end use directly for NFC and IREL of our back-end support from the BRC. For all our ongoing, whatever the production units are there of DAE, the backbone support of research is, entire thing is coming from the BRC. So now today, whatever we have seen the different industries like IREL, NFC, heavy water board, all those technologies have been developed at some point of time at the BRC. So that is the beauty and modality has followed the Department of Atomic Energy. So today we were successful in deploying these technologies indigenously. We need not depend on anyone for self-sustaining from the front end to the back end. You may wonder why this is a critical minerals theme, why I am highlighting the atomic minerals and these things, because this modality is a successful modality. One has to follow this same modality for the critical minerals also, because now our government is supporting. But in future, you may not get that kind of support with respect to many things, because as Minister said, so many relaxations you are getting. But it will not, you cannot take it as a granted. It may not be. So you should have your own research, you have your own technologies, as well as excellence in our processes. For example, we are, so our divisional activities, we are working from uranium to rare earth and so many other critical elements. So we have the self-sustained processes are available. So if you see uranium resources, so far our atomic mineral directorates have explored nearly 4.3 lakh tons of U3O8 is available. But unfortunately, these are all lean ores and they are available with low grades, and they are many times associated with the refractory nature of the ores. It's very difficult to process sometimes, and we have to compete challenging with international markets also, because otherwise we cannot produce commercial in a commercial viable manner. So that point is, these atomic minerals are always associated with some critical minerals like molybdenum, rhenium, zirconium, hafnium. So in addition to these elements, we have to simultaneously extract these elements, then only it will be a worth and viable. Okay, anyway, so I would not like to take much time on this uranium. Straight away, I will go to the rare earth elements. So in the rare earth elements also, our department has contributed tremendously. So two of our recent successful stories of rare earth elements is that we have several deposits are there available. So one of the deposit is Ambardongar in Gujarat. 1.1 million tons of rare earth oxides are available. So we recently have transferred the technology know-how to GMDC, Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation. They are doing in a big way. We are going to shortly, they are setting up the pilot scale plant to extract the rare earth concentrates. In the later stages, we will give the technologies of separation of individual rare earths also. And another is Shivana Ring Complex. So we did extensive research on that area also. Bhatikera deposit recently we have completed, and we are going to upload in our technology transfer division. So anybody wants, they can apply and they can avail the technology. But unfortunately, these resources are especially that Ambardongar deposit is dominated by light rare earth elements, because the basket value only will come whenever the heavy rare earth elements are associated with that. So compared with Ambardongar, the Shivana Ring Complex deposits are having a good amount of heavy rare earth elements, but they are the low grade. So if something is merit is there, then simultaneously some demerit also will be there. Something not a demerit, it's a limitation. So in addition to that, so we need not keep quiet, because we have to look for secondary sources also. This morning Minister has said, he has given a indirect indication of the coal fly ash. So we made a MOU with Neyveli Thermal Corporation Limited. So we have successfully developed the complete process flow sheet for the extraction of rare earth elements. They are setting up the pilot plant to produce the rare earth elements from the coal fly ash. So the beauty of Neyveli's coal fly ash is it is having a good amount of heavy rare earth elements, as well as they are economically leachable, because many times coal fly ash are associated with a silica that hinders the leaching of the coal fly ash of the rare earth elements. Whereas in this case, that kind of a phenomenon is not there. Moreover, the heavy rare earth elements proportion is very good. So with this, I would like to stop here, because I would not, given the time frame, I cannot make these things. So in a general remark, so my call is heavy industry. That means whoever going to enter into the critical minerals area, they have their own R&D, they have their own self-sustainability should be there for long-term sustainability. So today government may support, but tomorrow may not get that kind of support. So you have in our Indian companies, private companies, they are least bothered about technologies. They are, then the moment they see the R&D, they will frighten. So need not frighten. You can you take the PhD graduates and you can do your own research and you can self-sustain by yourself. Then you can compete this world. With this message, I would like to stop here, and thank you very much for the organizers.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable inputs. May I now request the moderator of the session, Shri Pankaj Satija, who is the co-chair of FICCI Mining Committee and Executive Vice President of Corporate Affairs, JSW Group, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. There is a common practice that whenever a speaker is trying to conclude early, he blames it to the moderator. Since in the beginning I told that please conclude at the shortest time, because we are a block between you and the lunch and we have already exceeded the time limit during the tea break. But anyway, this is the occupational hazard of being a moderator. I take it that way. So I'll not go by my own introductory remarks, because we have already discussed and three keynote speakers have already highlighted. I would like to keep this point for the Q&A. The people in the panel are experts, and they know all the issues, they know all the answers also. For the questions, they are very sure about the answer will be brief. For the questions where they are not sure about the answer will be long. So, but you can ask the question. So, Honorable Minister has told two things, that under the National Critical Mission, there are certain of excellence which have been opened. And one such center is in Texmin, which Professor Dheeraj Kumar is representing. So always the question comes to any reader who is reading the newspaper that such and such center of excellence has been inaugurated. Two things come to the mind: kiya kis liye, what for this is, what they are going to do, what are the challenges in terms of resource, regulatory reforms, and financial aspects. So these are the questions any common person who is reading that news clipping on such inauguration will have, and I also have. So I am placing this question on behalf of everyone to you, that what's your view on that?
Thank you so much, Pankaj sir. He has been our seniors also, product of ITSM Dhanbad, and I feel privileged to answer to his question as a session moderator. Yes, this was the first center on critical mineral mission which got inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Mines and Coal. But this center is primarily focused on primary source of critical minerals, be it what we extract from mining, the runoff mines, be it overburden dumps, and be it reject from the processing plants. So we are focusing on only those parts. It is very clear to us because we have other 8 COEs also, they have their own focuses. What strength this center of excellence has, let me just talk on that. IITSM Dhanbad is 100-year-old institute on mining and mineral technologies. And we had one particular department, which is the Department of Field and Mineral Engineering. Now it has been renamed as Field, Mineral and Metallurgical Engineering. We were running the course on BTech in Mineral Technologies, and the course is still existing. What strength we have borrowed those all strength of ISM Dhanbad into this COE. Very recently, just 4 years back, Government of India launched a National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. Under that, NMICPS, Government of India had also launched a TTRP, that too in mining, and that too set up at IIT Dhanbad to take care of a startup and innovation ecosystem, combining all the industries together who are basically working into mining and mineral areas. So, if you name an industry in India, they are part of this TTRP of IIT ISM Dhanbad, which is also a partner of National Critical Mineral Mission Center of Excellence. We have borrowed partners from foreign also in terms of academic, in terms of industries. As the minister was talking in the morning, that if some technology is existing in foreign countries, let us borrow those technologies, let us bring those technology in the name of TOT, technology of transfer of technology and transfer of knowledge. And this is what we are doing in this COE. We have our Cambridge University as partner, Curtin University as a partner, University of Brazil as a partner, Birmingham University as a partner, the oldest university in Russia, that is St. Petersburg Mining University, they are the partners. They have some of the processing technologies available with them, flow sheets available with them. They are very much interested in working with them, and we have onboarded them on some of the projects which has been funded by the Government of India itself through this TTRP. And now Government of India has also launched MAHA under the NRF, and that NRF also has it category asked all these COEs to be specific on one project problem, one problem statement, from input to the output in terms of a complete plant, a sort of demonstration plant. On that also we have onboarded these many universities, industries together, and we are very much hopeful that the problem what you have in terms of you don't have a sort of what we you say that processing seat or the value sheet you don't have with you, that value sheet will be given by these 9 COEs very soon, maybe in 1 year, 2 years. So the problem of processing and extractive metallurgy will not be there. Now, one more minute. Now the question is, in what way we have taken the projects under this COE? Some of the projects we have already taken under this COEs, projects on critical mineral exploration. So we have vast data. GSI, the custodian of all the data, you know, Bhukos data are available. We have signed agreement with GSI, agreement with other such statutory body who are into exploration, including IBM. So these data are available to us, to our academicians, to our startups, to our industry partners. So with them, we are carrying out a project on how this AI can be applied for the purpose of critical mineral appraisal. We are working with our partners on the area of uncertainty qualification, quantification, both mineral prospectivity mapping, applying machine learning and deep learning for the purpose of copper, gold, nickel, cobalt, and PG rare earth metals. Ore body modeling for deep concealed mineralization zone, where we have the inversion of all geophysical data. Data are available with us through all different sources. The data can be gravity data, data can be magnetic data can be ERT, and also borehole logs data are available with us, and the passive shear wave data are also available with us. This multi-dimensional data, they are now modeled using these AI technologies, and we are getting some result. Our startups, our academicians, they have got some awards also, some patents also on these areas. Resource estimation is other part on which we have already started working on, and then we have started applying AI ML technologies. One very important work which we have taken is valuation of the dumps. So lot many dumps are there across the countries. We have signed an agreement with Rajasthan government. So all the dumps which are existing in Rajasthan, they are under the study with us. We are giving the technologies how sampling can be carried out on those dumps, how assessment can be carried out for presence of any critical minerals or critical or rare earth elements into those dumps. And once these are available, how a decision support system can be prepared so that we will give a decision that whether these dumps are very readily available for extractive metallurgy or not. For that, again, lot many works are going on with all of us.
Thank you. So pause sometimes helps. After this, we all know that technology is also a very important aspect. But those who are in the mining, they still follow the old system of finding the ore. If you go to the mining site, still people follow the banyan tree because it is believed that the manganese will be below that banyan tree. People look for thorny bushes, which is the indication of BHG and BHQ, and then look for sal tree for iron ore. But with the advent of technology, these things are changing. Geobotany, geochemistry, geophysics, AI, and we also see in our day-to-day life how we are getting equipped with the technology. Long back, internet was one such thing. Later on, mobile phone, the smartphone came. Now the AI is, again, I would say it's a challenge versus opportunity. So technology is one thing which is always changing, and it is always believed that you should not cling to one technology. And if I have to summarize that this journey of technology in our day-to-day life or in our work area, I would borrow words of Ahmed Faraz कि तू अपनी शीशागरी का हुनर मत कर जाया, मैं आईना हूँ, मुझे टूटने की आदत है. And with that, I go to Mr. Chadha, and with this aspect that how this technology in taking shape in terms of exploration, extraction, and processing.
Well, thank you so much. Namaskar to everyone. I am Neeraj. Thank you, Pankajji, for this question. Well, if you ask a geologist, though I am not one, let me accept that, he will say I am drowning in data, but I am striving for insights. It's very important that the data which we capture today is analyzed and gives a very realistic picture of what is there in the field. What I believe and understand is that whenever we are doing exploratory work, whenever we have cores from the field, they are sent to the lab for analysis, and that is how we proceed. In the meanwhile, we lose very important time. Here are new technologies today. So what we have to have is much better analytical tools, which will provide you with a solution then and there itself in the field, so that you can, take the decisions and take the right decisions and data-driven decisions. For example, if I have a core in the field, I want to know what kind of mineral is there, what kind of elements are there. Today, you can just put that core under a scanner, which is called laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, and you can do the elemental analysis right there in the field itself. You can scan complete cores, and then you will come to know, because this is again geotagged with depth. So you exactly know what are the kind of elements which are present there. Then you have a mineral library, so you can go down to minerals. You can find out about the texture of the core through the camera, through the RGB cameras. So what I want to say is that you can get a very holistic picture. Herein, all what you have to do is, you don't have to prepare anything. So that is very, very important. If you are talking about lab analysis, you have to prepare a sample, be it EPMA, be it EDS, be it anything for that matter. You have to prepare a sample, then do the analysis. I was recently at National Institute of Rock Mechanics, and they wanted to do get some XRF tests done. I asked them, how long did it take you? They said, we sent the sample, which is, they are sharing the campus with GSI. We sent it to them, and after 4 days, we got the results. Here we are. You put the sample under the sensors, and there you are. You don't have to wait, even for a second. It's in real time. That is the technology we have to move to, rather than waiting for the results to come and then deciding whether we have to proceed further or not. More often than not, what happens is that we do blind drilling. Okay, drilling chal rahi hai, drilling chalti rahegi. And then the results come in. But for example, you find say, signatures of lithium. We can say, oh, there is a ore body nearby. Why not to drill another 50 or 100 meters east of it? And take the decision then and there itself, rather than waiting for results to come in. So technology today is in a fast forward mode. It is very important. And all of us have been talking about AI. I would rather say we need to move forward. This AI, I personally feel, is there to stay, but for 2 to 3 years. We are going to move to applied AI. That is going to be the key. I mean, people are far, far ahead of us when it comes to AI. So it is important that people who are in that, domain should be moving towards applied AI rather than just restricting them to AI. The data which we get through these kind of equipment, for example, there are other technologies as well. Now, if for the one which I spoke about just now was LIPS, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, wherein we don't have to prepare anything, put the core tray beneath this equipment, and then you get within 6 seconds, I believe you can do the 3D profiling. Within 5 seconds, you can have high resolution RGB image. And then if you select the sectors on that core tray and say, okay, 2 centimeters here, 2 centimeters here, 2 centimeters there, and I want to do a resolution at the resolution of, say, 500 microns. Testing, you're going to test it at 500 microns. Laser spot size is just 30 microns. So if it is complex minerals, you're still happy with it because the spot size is thus 30 microns, and you can cover this 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter, say, area of that core in what? In 1 second. In 1 second, that's it. You will be having complete elemental analysis then and there itself. That's what we have to look forward to. We have hyperspectral on the other side, wherein what you're talking of now, we are talking of 200 micron by 200 micron. Otherwise, it was 1000 by 1000 microns. So herein, this technology is 500 times having higher resolution as compared to hyperspectral also. Even if you're doing hyperspectral, I will always say that you should always have an integrated XRF with it, because you will get the elemental analysis too. Otherwise, you'll be using the cameras, the IR cameras, and doing the analysis. If you talk to me about, if you're using LIPS, you're ablating the material. So you are only telling from the top of the core, right? 5 microns, that's the amount of material which is ablated. And let me tell you one thing which is very important. You can cover right from H to uranium. All the elements, complete. It is not, for example, if you are talking about WDXRF, then you are talking of what? Beryllium? Not below beryllium, right? Which can be detected. And then if you are talking of normal XRFs, you are talking of magnesium. But here, in this technology, you can go right from hydrogen up to uranium. So all the basic elements are covered. That's very important. Now, one can say, how can I find out what is inside the core? But that core was once upon a time a part of the core body. So we are already finding it from inside the ore body. But still, if you want to find out what is inside the core, what is the grain size analysis, or what is the porosity or permeability, because that will matter when you are going to do the production. So there too, you can do the analysis right there using micro CTs and find out exactly what is the grain size, what is the porosity, what is the permeability in 4D, real time. So what I want to say is we need to move to technology, and technology is the answer today. We have to adopt technology, and that is how we have to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj. I think what you spoke is not only help in critical minerals, but also in the regular day-to-day mining also, because right, almost all the mining companies, they have one common issue: reconciliation. What they thought during the exploration time and what is there once it goes to the blast furnace. That part is also very important, and I'm sure the technology what you spoke will not help only the critical minerals, but the cross mining value chain. So our session theme was technology, AI and finance. So we have heard persons from technology and AI. Now I'll go to Sri Hassan Abdullah. And the Honorable Minister also spoke about exploration in India and acquisition overseas. So in both the scenario, what should be the financial structure? Because these are still very risky and capital intensive. So what model you suggest for India and for overseas?
Thank you, first of all, Fiki, for such an opportunity to sit among this auspicious panel and also a very intellect audience. And thank you, Pankaji, for this question. And I'm having a company which started in India, but I understand this question. I can relate very much because we work predominantly in the GCC, and we have some large companies from India, leading mining companies from India, whom we were able to partner with to establish in mining and related explorations there. So, and also I understand Indian government have the Kabil to have the foreign acquisitions, and we have critical stakes in, as Honorable Minister said, in Argentina, where we are holding large mining lands. We are directly mining from the first hand. So when you look into finance, and especially when you look into financing critical minerals, I would say that we should not look just in a commercial profitable angle, because as Honorable Minister was saying, critical minerals have a kind of power concentration, maybe we can say. So we have to look from a country point of view how to invest into some things which are into critical minerals in a way that it have long-term geopolitical impact. That's one thing. So I would start with there to how to approach the financing, and not rather than putting in money and taking profits. Second, with respect to when going for overseas acquisitions, so the main risk in capital as well is with respect to the geopolitical variations. So there are a lot of policies when you go to cross-border investments. It's not just one country policy; it's multiple country policies with respect to mining, with respect to ESG regulations, with respect to repatriations. All those kind of things come into play. So the financing models should be such that I feel it should be backed by long-term agreements, buyout agreements. Number two, I feel there should be like tax treaties. There should be intercountry treaties, which helps to reduce the risk of countries like India. We go and explore the other parts of the world. So that's also very critical. And on the finance side, I also feel that the currency fluctuations may also pose some kind of risk with respect to the returns and IRR, which we have a lot of hedging opportunities or hedging options still. It can be a challenge depending upon the country, because we understand where in some countries where a lot of critical mineral deposits are seen, doesn't have particularly the regular banking system, so it can also be having such a risk into financing. So the model which whatever model we are trying or which we are having, I feel it should be very good, very well backed with the cross-country agreements, and there should be also be buyout agreements which helps whatever we explore abroad can be integrated into the domestic economy here without much losing of value or losing of capital. So these are some of the critical matters I feel.
Thank you. I'll be going to Mr. Goel. There are different perspectives on critical minerals. One is that processing of this is very chemical intensive, and there is a lot of pollution, especially with the acids. And there are many reports of pollution of Yellow River in China. Some people say that you are trying to solve the global issue with the local pollution. This also sometimes comes. So from the World Bank perspective, where do you see the risk? One is the investment, and second, how the ESG should be integrated. These are my two questions for you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. or Dr. Pankaj, and thank you for this opportunity. I think you have raised a very pertinent point because ESG is very central when it comes to mobilizing finance, particularly.
So within the World Bank Group, of course, we have the environmental and social performance standards, which say IFC and MIGA, which is the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, follows. And there are similar standards or framework by the World Bank. And absolutely to your point that the processing of these critical minerals have a huge environmental and social impact. So, like what we could say is that at least the performance standards laid by the World Bank Group are quite tested and kind of like very effective when it comes to uh, ensuring that the right framework is in place, particularly in the countries where these minerals or raw materials are available in high quality and grades. So in that context, World Bank Group has been working with several, like countries globally, whether it is the Africa region or LAC or ASEAN. And as part of our engagement, the ESG is very central. And the way to, because we have these frameworks already in place, the idea is to understand where are the gaps in the existing environmental and social frameworks in these countries, and then to strengthen them through the upstream technical assistance work which we provide, whether it is on a transaction basis or at the more when a programmatic approach is being discussed with any country. So I wouldn't refrain from going into the specifics of it, but I would just stop here by saying that these are very critical, and environmental and social performance standards of IFC MIGA are a good starting point, and that's where we are engaging with several countries to introduce and strengthen, which will then help the investments to flow.
Thank you. Thanks to all my fellow panelists. If there are any questions from anyone. Yes, sir. Sir, you can sit down and then tell, no issue. आप खड़े होंगे तो हम लोग को भी खड़ा होना पड़ेगा.
Thank you. We didn't put that metal on the chart, but it was there on the list. Long back, possibly 15 years back, when we were working on gallium separation from base liquor, it was a process that was developed using a solvent that was manufactured in Japan. So it was Kelex 100, that was solvent available, and through that we were able to make 7N pure gallium. Now the point happens is that when we wanted to scale it up, when somebody showed the interest, that solvent was not available. So we were dependent on that. And since then we have been trying to do something, but should I take the liberty that there are companies in India, specifically CMET Hyderabad, who has got a process that can go up from 5N to 7N to 9N as well to pure gallium. And Hindalco is partnering with CMET Hyderabad. So Dr. Vilas is over here. You can have more words with him from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is no other question, then we can close this. Oh, yes, sir.
I mean, so synthetic, you mean an urban material or?
Involving critical minerals. I mean the artificial, so to say, or man-made or synthetic, whatever.
Yeah, so we can call the word as anthropogenic. That is something which we made. So this is something which we have with us. So right, there is a good amount of progress. Like I said, there were quite some slides of the work that is being done across some IITs, some CSIR labs. Some technology transfers was happening, but then something big has to come up where the metals apart from gold, silver, platinum, palladium, everything has to come out. So people should be focusing on copper as well, apart from all these critical minerals.
Sir, are we doing adequate R&Ds on that? right now?
Sir, we have been doing this work since last 14 years, and we think we started e-waste recycling in this country at CSIR NML, and we have been doing very well. IIT Roorkee is doing fabulous job on capacitors, and there are some other people who are trying to catch up. So Indian R&D is doing their part bit good as far as urban mining is concerned. Only thing is that you have to push in some confidence to see how far it goes.
Thank you.
Can I have one?
Sir, last question from your end.
Okay, now you have said that it is taking 14 years. In the morning, the minister has said that critical materials, we have to do the mining, excavation, take out the material, then how many different materials are there, we have to segregate it, then processing, execution, then how much time it will take. Because as he said, 14 years. I have seen that 20 years also there, but the critical minerals, especially in the Jharkhand area and Odisha, it is taking huge time. And the critical materials are now required because of the lithium and all that. The people are, other countries are restricting their flow to India, the material. What do you take? Thank you.
We'll take the second question also together. Yeah.
My name is Anuj Jain, representing KBR Technologies, and we are into licensing of lithium extraction technologies and also recovering of battery materials. So we are interested in taking up technologies to the market from CSIR. So we want to understand how do we collaborate.
I'll try to take the answers for both. Sir, thank you so much. It is not that we are doing it after 14 years. We are doing it since 14 years. Yeah. So it means our first technology transfer happened in 2008, and we are doing fabulously good since then up till today. So we started this work way back in 2006-7, and a bit of mixture of people coming from different genre and the chemistries. They worked together. And finally, copper was taken out. Then the telecommunication circuit gold was taken out. And then the entire mixed e-waste came. Then we had to focus on palladium, platinum, gold, silver. So this learning which we got from a very, very, I should not use, but it was a very horrible feed from where we have to selectively take out copper, gold, silver, palladium, platinum. And the concentration was near about 340 ppm, 150 ppm kind of thing. So for 14 years, what we took was even to make ourselves learn that the feed can get complex as the time passes by. So we have to keep on innovating ourselves. So we started from copper, and now we are ending up into even bismuth and tin as well. So there's a big genre. And the topic which you said was for the timing it takes, like the Honorable Minister said in the morning, it takes time from G4 to G1, and then the technology develop on that aspect. That's what I mentioned in my slide as well. If you are in G3 stage, you're quite confident from your LIBS data and the data of XRF that you have got that mineral. Give us the mineral. We will try to explore something that is possible and feasible and economic for you to take it forward to G1 and G2. That could be a solution which I think can be done. And Jain Saab, we will definitely work together on this. No problem. We have got leveraging facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Sir, we can discuss during the tea time. Actually, it's reminded of school time where the children with the alphabetical used to answer. So in our panel also, I will ask took the lead. And most of the questions were not out of syllabus. So I thank the audience also for keeping it simple and sweet. And thanks to all the panelists for answering those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator sir, for that wonderful session and also bringing in some good humor here. Thank you once again, esteemed panelists, for a great session. May I request you all for a moment for a group photograph, please. This is an opportunity where we click the moment and let it stay in our lenses, and also it stays in our memories. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us here for our technical session. Quick reminder regarding the certificates that may be collected from the registration desk, and also may I request you to kindly come back and join us back sharp at 2 o'clock for our next technical session. We would also have our quiz session, so may I request you to participate in the same. Very exciting, and the element that we have added on to make the excitement really sustain well is the quiz segment. May I request everyone who is outside the hall and can hear us to kindly join us inside. Before we begin the technical session, we are announcing a quiz segment. We request you to participate in the same, and also this interesting quiz segment will also entail few exciting prizes. So we request you to kindly jump in and have some excitement inside the hall while we begin with our technical session. Once again, requesting our organizing team members to kindly join us inside. We are about to begin with our technical session, and we would begin the session with a small quiz segment. Thank you. Requesting everyone to kindly join us inside the hall. We're about to begin with a technical session with a quiz segment. We request you to participate in the same, and the right answer would be entitled to some nice rewards. Thank you. Everyone to kindly join us in. If everybody is ready in the hall, can I proceed with the quiz? If everybody is ready in the hall, may I proceed with the quiz? Thank you. So here is the first question. The first question, and the right answer will be entitled to a beautiful prize, which will be presented at the end of this technical session, and will be awarded by our honorable moderator of the session. May I ask you the first question here? In January 2026, which mineral was added to the first schedule of Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act as a critical and strategic minerals?
Coal. Coking coal.
Okay. I have to take any one answer.
Cooking coal.
Okay. We have to take anyone. I leave it to the organizing team members. Namrata has to take the call because both of them spoke simultaneously.
Cooking coal is because
so
the
he
morning.
Also said cooking coal.
Yeah, the morning minister have already mentioned this.
Exactly.
That is the reason
so
I
that
asked.
is why there's a tie. So I leave it to Namrata, who is going to take a call on that. But that's the right answer. Thank you so much for participating. We note down both the names and we take the call. And like I mentioned, we will be giving a small token of appreciation for the same, which will be given, awarded by the moderator of the session. Thank you so much. That was very interesting, and thank you so much for that enthusiastic participation.
The minister in the morning.
Thank you, sir. But we have made a check here. The right answer was cooking coal, which both of you said, but he said it first. So the award has been awarded to him. Thank you so much. You've taken a note of it, and our teammates will come to you to take down your name. Thank you.
बहुत आते हैं वो सेठी जी हैं
अच्छा
फ्रीलांसर है
अच्छा हमेशा मैंने अटेंड करते हैं
फ्रेंड जैसा हर क्वेश्चन भी हर सेशन में क्वेश्चन सीआईआई का हो एसएचओ
अच्छा
लूज हो गया
I'm in a mid of some other also. So let me go through it. I'll come back to you. Yes.
हेलो चेक करना है इसको हेलो वॉइस आ रही है क्लियर
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-lunch session. We are now headed towards our technical session 2 of the conference with its title, Building Blocks for Development of Critical Minerals Ecosystem, Extraction, Processing and Production. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will dwell into key enabling factors and building blocks across the value chain and matrix of critical minerals sector in the country, necessary for supporting the growth of the sector. And the discussions will also highlight strategies of extraction, advanced processing, urban recycling, regulatory perspective, and optimizing domestic resources. With those words, may I request you all to put your hands together. Can I request you for a huge round of applause as we invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage. We begin by inviting our moderator of the session, Shri Sandeep Narade, who is the co-chair FICCI Mining Committee and Vice President Mines India, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited. May I request Mr. Sandeep Narade to kindly join us onto the stage. We also invite our esteemed speakers of the session to kindly join the moderator onto the dais. Inviting Deputy Advisor, Industry and Foreign Investment, Niti Aayog Government of India, Shri R. Sarvana Bhavan. Warm welcome to you, sir. I request Chief Technology Officer, Hindalco Industries Limited, Shri Vilas Tatharvatkar, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also request VP Special Projects Loham, Sri Pratyush Sinha, to kindly join us onto the stage. And we are being joined by Professor and Dean, Lloyd Business School, Dr. Ripudaman Gaur. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for participating so well in that exciting moment of this technical session where we began with a quiz segment, and rightly so, we also have a winner. Like I mentioned earlier, we would be giving that small token of appreciation by the end of the session. It will be awarded by the moderator of the session. Taking it forward, may I now request the moderator of the session, Mr. Sandeep Naradi, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So we are into the second session. This is about technical discussion on building blocks for development of critical minerals ecosystem, extraction, processing and production. So we'll be having the quick presentation from Mr. Sarvanaban, Deputy Advisor, Industry and Foreign Investment, Niti Aayog, Government of India, and then we'll have the quick session on question and answers. We are having the panelist Mr. Vilas Tatwadkar. He is CTO of Hindalco Industries Limited, and Shri Pratyush Sinha. He is Vice President Special Projects Loham, and Dr. Ripu Daman Gaur. He is Professor and Dean of Lloyd Business School. So I invite now Mr. R. Sarvanaban for the presentation.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. I think this is the most difficult session because I have to keep the audience alive. Because after a good sophisticated meal, I think it will be very good to have a nap. So I think I will do some justice to you. So to begin with, last 3 to 5 years, everybody are just behind these critical minerals. But to be honest, whether you are the kitty of critical minerals in our domain, no. So that's what my presentation is going to highlight on. So the concept first, actually, what is criticality? Criticality is nothing but because of the high economic importance and the supply risk, these two factors coined together gives the term critical minerals, or else these are all normal minerals which are available in the Mother Earth. But since there is high supply disruptions, so this particular factor has come into the effect. So now actually based on this criticality functioning, different geographies have put their yardsticks on different critical minerals. So US now has enhanced the list to 60. India started with 30, now it has curtailed to 24 plus 1 of coking coal, 25 you can tell. So different geographies has different minerals, but we can see China and India have the same 24 and 25 critical minerals, but China is way ahead because they woke up early. We were little late in woking. So these are the 24 critical minerals which is available in the MMDR schedule. So this, I just want the concentration of the audience in this. You can just see how this is a 2022 statistics which I am presenting here. So you can see all China. So you don't have any Indian figure in this actually because we started only in 2023 where Ministry of Mines started a committee and then we brought up a report. Then we actually filtered to 30 critical minerals. Now we are filtered to 25 critical minerals. So if you see the main, I have taken only some 5-6 key critical minerals into the domain: cobalt, copper, graphite, lithium, nickel, and rare earths. So it is all China, USA, Australia, Indonesia, even small geographies like Indonesia are dominating. Even Madagascar is in this affray. So now you take the rare earth elements where we have launched a special scheme for rare earth diamond magnets also. So this is a comparison between 2013 and 2022. So in 2013 we had at least 3% of reserves. Now actually we have gone behind. Actually we have not enhanced our resources. We are at the same way. So cobalt, the same story continues where Congo dominates the sphere and rest of the world is 34%. Even in lithium, it is Chile dominating in 2013 and 2022. Same thing with nickel. Australia and Indonesia are in the fray. So this is one more table which I want to present it. Actually, it is a comparison between 2022 and it is what is going to happen in 2030. So this 2022 right now it holds good actually. Same thing I am extrapolating on 2030 actually. What will be the monopoly in trade? So it is once again cobalt, copper, graphite, lithium and rare earths. China will be dominant. Only nickel will be with Indonesia. So even if the geographies of mining is in different countries, then actually the processing will go to Chinese route only. So that is the mainstay here. So actually don't think that in 2030 India will dominate. No, I can tell India cannot dominate because we have set our foot only in 2023. So I think it takes a minimum of 10 to 15 years for us to little bit raise our collars and tell that we have come up to this particular level. So I'm just telling the facts. Maybe it may be hurting somebody, but I'm telling the facts actually. So this is the key milestone based on which critical minerals have come to the forefront. 2023, there was a committee in which I was part of it. So why we are in this stage? That is the main fulcrum of the discussions which is happening. So our exploration expenditure was very meager. We spent less than 1%. So this is a vital statistics which may not be available in the public domain also. So just see that geographies who have invested in 2002 to 2011 and 2012 to 2021. So we were nowhere in this sphere actually. You can see that the bottom green line, rest of the world, we are actually a minuscule to the rest of the world. So that is why we are in such a pathetic situation right now. So we are now just identifying what are the critical minerals. So we are setting up baby steps in. So this is another important statistics which I want to present. Our critical mineral auctioning started in 2024-25. So how many years it will take for a mine to develop? I'm not telling it is a critical mineral mine. It is just a statistics which is lying in the common basic mining industry. So if it is an open cast mine, for a discovery it takes 11.4 years. For a construction design it takes 2 years. For construction to production it takes 2.1 years. So the total time limit for a open cast mine will be 15.5 years, and for us underground mine it will be 16 years. So I can tell that is average. We can take it is 15.5 years. So then we can come to who is which is the fastest nation which has come to this particular 15.5 years. I have listed the nations. It is Turkey who is leading the table with 11.2 years. Chile, Congo, Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is a landlocked state in Africa. Australia, China, Mexico, Peru, Ghana. So this is an important aspect which we have to take into our mind actually. So we have started our auctions in 2024-25 to take actually 15 years or less than that actually, even if it is 11 years also. So we can have the first mine into existence only in 2036, I can tell you. So why this statistics? See, these geographies have spent too much on exploration. It is like you have spent too much, that's why you are reaping the harvest. It is like when you are young, you save for your future. We are not saved for when we are young. So in the final stages, we are just bleeding actually. So these are the auctions which has taken place from the 2024-25 onwards. It is all composite licenses actually. So the composite license should get fructified into a mining lease, so it will take its own time. So that is why I am telling next best possible bet is only recycling where we have to bank upon. So the audience may pose a question why we are in such a pathetic level. See, as a geography, we have focused much on limestone, bauxite, as well as limestone, iron ore. So we have not touched upon. You can just think about the statistics which I am going to tell you. For the last 75 years, we had only 2 gold mines. That is, one is our KGF mine, which has died its natural death. Another is our Hatti gold mines. Now, actually, after a great swift, now the third mine, it has come in Jonagiri. of Deccan Gold. So even in gold, we are unable to actually capitalize. Even in case of lead and zinc, we have only one particular entity in this and zinc operating. So where we went wrong? That is the fulcrum of the question which needs to be answered. Next, the copper is the mother mineral for all critical minerals. We have not done any justice in copper also. In this on copper, even right from day 1 to day 5, they hold only 5% stake. Actually, the rest 95% comes from as copper concentrate. So actually, we have to give stiff targets to our PSUs. You have to give 20% target to Hindustan Copper. Set your foot in, actually do something, because once upon a time we are a copper exporting nation. Now we are copper. We have to come to a such stage that we have become a copper importing nation. So actually, these basic questions we have to set in to set our policy to a highest level. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insights and inputs. Now I come to Mr. Vilas Tatwarkar. I will ask a quick question to him. Sir, what is your fair assessment of opportunities and challenges in India's critical mineral ecosystem? What specific support would you like from government to address them while keeping environmental safeguards strong?
I think, first of all, today morning, Minister has already given lot of information about what government is doing. So there is also, I will say there is almost all sided support from the government, whether it is the PLIs, whether it is the specific program for skill development. So government is doing what is required. Opportunities are plenty because critical minerals are going into renewable energy, in optoelectronics or in semiconductor, and in India we are going very fast with renewable energy and also semiconductor industry. So opportunities for critical minerals are infinite, and this is a time for us because all the things are coming into required momentum. What is missing is a big gap is the technology and time. Like what Mr. Sarvana Bhavan was saying, we miss the boat for exploration. We are also going to miss the boat if we continue with only getting the exploration or getting the mineral extracted or saying we have the technology. When we say the technology, we need to see right from the entire ecosystem. Like I have the technology for extracting, but do I have the technology for getting the right resins, right type of equipments? Because that is what is happening. If you see now battery technology, we have even if we get the lithium, do we have the lithium technology? When I say technology, it is not the lab scale technology, the entire ecosystem. See, when we are putting up an electronic recycling plant in Dahej, the entire equipments are coming from abroad. The technology is also coming from abroad. So this is the ecosystem that is the challenge. When I say technology, it is not a technology which is available in CSR labs or in IITs. The technology is the entire engineering scale up where we can become the globally competitive. Currently, we are doing the work, but if we want to become a globally competitive, we need the scale, engineering scale, and that is the big gap. And I request that all COEs needs to work in that phase, because currently all the COEs are again working on developing the process flow sheet, not the scale up engineering part. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you, sir. You're absolutely right. We're lagging in technology a lot, and whatever technology we are having with us is not enough, and we have to catch up the technology available in the world in whatever way we can, but that is very much essential. Thank you. So now I come to Pratyush Sinha. He is VP Special Projects of LOAM. So, Mr. Pratyush, LOAM has announced its first battery-grade lithium refinery. What challenges will this address for India's critical mineral ecosystem? And how do you see recycling evolving from waste management activity to a strategic pillar in India's critical mineral ecosystem?
Thanks a lot for the question. So, our lithium refinery just came online a year and a half back, where we are doing around 1,000 tons of lithium carbonate. So, this is the first scaled up refinery in India, and I think I would second the point that Dr. Vilas mentioned, that Doing something at a large scale, a pilot scale, is very different from doing something at an industrial scale, and that's a challenge that we faced in scaling this. We went through multiple iterations, but we've been able to reach a certain scale. But we don't think of this as essentially industrial scale yet. Even 1,000 tons is not industrial scale. If you look at a typical refinery owned by the Chinese, it will be a few tons of thousands of tons. So in India also, considering the gigafactories that have been announced, around 150, 200 gigawatt hours, the total demand will be of north of 50,000 tons of lithium carbonate, maybe close to 75,000 tons. So while we have done 1,000 tons, we believe, and it's a good start, it starts to address a lot of the current imports. Today India imports around 1,200, 2,000 tons of lithium carbonate. So a bit of it can be addressed right now. Considering the future, I think we have massive scale-up plans over there. For scale-up, there are two things that are very important. The first is we need to have supply security. Supply security requires two things again. On the recycling side, I think I'll address the supply security bit in a bit, maybe in subsequent questions, but recycling is a major component of that. We need to ensure that there is sufficient feedstock collection. At least the materials that are being put out, we collect them back. There is traceability, and the material gets funneled to the right players, to the formal ecosystem where lithium can actually be extracted, or nickel or cobalt can actually be extracted. Today, a lot of issues are around the collection itself, the first stage. There might be refineries, but if collection is not happening, refineries are no good. Then we'll import material to refine. So that is the most important thing. I think a lot of effort is being put by both the government as well as the private sector to streamline this collection process. But maybe we need some sort of levers, like today, for example, the GST on scrap is 18%. Maybe a lever can be the tax rate to reduce it so that formal collection is incentivized. People are putting in capexes to start collecting. So I'll rest here and maybe we'll take up in subsequent questions.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is to Dr. Ripudaman Gaur. Dr. Gaur, as India seeks to build an integrated critical minerals ecosystem spanning exploration, extraction, advanced processing and recycling, what are the most critical skill gaps you observe today across technical, managerial and regulatory domains?
Well, very apt question. So we're talking about skill gaps, and coming from an educational institution, probably I like to address this, right? So the experts are sitting here. I have an educational and academic orientation onto that. These minerals are not taken from the earth alone. They're not just taken from the earth, they are borrowed from future. We all have to understand it. Why? Because today's convenience is tomorrow's cost. Do we understand this aspect? Do we understand the amount of minerals or inputs and ores we are exploring? Are we doing enough on supply chain and value creation? You're talking about a skill gap. I see this skill gap on gaps onto three level. I see technical gaps. We see the technology advancing. Are we advancing onto the similar pace? The gaps can be seen from technological perspective, maybe AI-driven exploration. Do we have enough work on AI-driven exploration? There is a world that is talking about deep geological modeling, right? So there is a gap. The world has moved faster. India has yet to do a lot onto that. And there is a huge talk on green energy. We are producing green batteries. But are we doing enough on recycling these batteries? So these are the questions that are to be addressed from gap point of view, technical gaps point of view. And there are certain things that to be seen from managerial leadership perspective. We are working on isolations. They're great in terms of management, in terms of mining engineering, great in terms of AI. But this world, or particular this field, needs the integration of different fields. We need to have a leader and managers who can integrate the expertise of management, mining engineering, AI, geopolitics to strengthen this India's mining sector and to strengthen the entire supply chain management. And there has to be a legal aggregator viewpoint also. Can we bring those policies into implementation? The third part, and we have to, collaborate these aspects to address those skill gap we have been talking about this morning.
Okay, thank you. So I come back to Mr. Vilas. Sir, the next question to you is, India's broader goal is moving up the critical minerals value chain. Where do you see the biggest gaps today? Processing know-how, equipment, standards, or downstream linkages? And what would most accelerate domestic capability?
Before answering, I will just give example. I think I quoted last time also. We used to produce gallium in 2004, and it used to be purified at CMET Hyderabad, and it was used in the industry. And this entire ecosystem collapsed because we started getting cheap gallium from outside. So when we say what criticality is, like if we are establishing, it has to have the complete value chain. So downstream processes are extremely important. We are using, if you go and check the data, how much gallium we are importing with respect to gallium nitride or gallium arsenide, it is in tons. But we are directly importing the components or the end products. We are not importing gallium or gallium nitride, we are importing the end application. So if we want to have an entire ecosystem established within India, it is not just producing gallium or just producing or purifying it. We need to have this entire ecosystem. Otherwise, it will collapse after again some embargo will come or it will go and we will be vulnerable to that. I am again repeating one more thing. We need to have a scale, because today we are reacting on certain issues which are coming from outside. But this is a time for us to develop a system which is standing on its own feet, not just supported by government. We need to establish the scale of our operations. Otherwise, after some time, if market becomes open, are we going to be globally competitive? And for that, the main requirement is, are we having engineering capability to scale and become a competitive? The example I'm directly quoting, like China. So today they have the entire equipments which are manufactured there at scale. So the cost of production goes down significantly. So it is not only the resource guarantees, but it is the entire ecosystem which we need to do. Second thing, I will take part of its question was about the skill gap. See, China has more than 1,000 PhDs coming every year from in this critical mineral area. We don't get even 1,000 engineers who want to work in this area. So this is a huge gap. We have thousands of engineers ready for AI. We have thousands of engineers ready to work in IT, but we don't get engineers who want to work in mines, who want to work in process labs or even process plants. This is a huge, so if we want to really develop the capability, we need right engineers who have a right interest. It is not just degree, but they have, so it is responsibility of industry to create that type of opportunities and also work with academic institutes and CSR labs, so that we have the process technologies which are scalable and also supported by the right skill. And not only for operating, but even to engineering these process technologies. So,
right. So you are right. I think we have talked less about skill in today's conference. So I am again going back to Dr. Gaur, and this question is related to skill again. So given that many mineral-rich regions are also socio-economically sensitive areas, how can skill development initiatives be designed to promote local employment, entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth while simultaneously supporting technologically advanced mining and processing operations?
So these areas are not just then land where minerals come from. These are areas where human resides, people stay there. And if we don't take care of their emotions and economies, we will not grow. And I'll take what sir ended up with. Not everybody is required to become an mining engineer. There are other scope and opportunities this field requires. Probably besides, of course, there is a mounting demand of mining engineers. Besides there is a demand of other skills also. Probably you need people who are
surveillance, digital surveillance, you need people to go into. You need people who can integrate AI into the mining sector. You need people who can look after the health. You probably need other people also besides this mining engineering as a core skill. You talk how to address this gap. I think so far educational institutions and industries, what do? We as an educational institution, we send our curriculum to that industry vat it and send it back to us. I think we have to give up this old school of curriculum vetting. Now the time has come where universities and industry should sit together. The institution should go to the industry to look what actually is happening, and industry should come to the universities to design and co-create the curriculum. That is the probably only way that can address the gap we have been talking about. And one more thing I often talk, many of you might not agree with this. I think skill is overrated thing. What is missing is attitude. Attitude to build, attitude to rebuild. We talk less about attitude, we talk more about the skills. What is the change or difference between the developing countries that are doing great and we are not doing great? If we look at the statistics, we are great. I mean, look at mining, ores, we are fantastic, we are exporting. But when it comes to the finished excellence, we are importing. I don't think it is the skill gap, it is the gap of attitude. I strongly believe into that.
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. I am coming back to Pratyush now. Next question to you is, under India's battery waste management rules and EPR, that is extended producer responsibility, recyclers are becoming compliance partners. So how is Loham positioning itself in EPR, and what are the key gaps you see in making EPR work without encouraging low quality recycling?
Thank you. That's a very good question. So I think at the end of the day, it boils down to basically no recycler can do recycling on their own without access to the materials. Accessing material requires a whole ecosystem infrastructure. You need to be able to work with the producers. The producers need to know where the material is. You need to work with the last mile collection players, people who are helping with the collection and the last mile. And you need to be able to ensure that the material is moving correctly. In the earlier I talked about the fact that there is a very large informal sector in the country that takes up a lot of these critical minerals bearing waste and scrap material, not just from your private sector or homes, but also even from, say, government or defense establishments. A lot of the material, while there might be bidding process, ends up with the informal sector. Now, the informal sector doesn't really know how to process the material properly. So you don't get the right yields, right extraction, and there's a lot of health and safety concern there as well. So how do you ensure that the material moves to the formal sector? That is the most important thing. How do you ensure that collection rates are high? Under the battery waste management rules, there are certain targets that have been set for collection rates. But are we in a position to meet those collection rates? That's very important. And how do you ensure that someone who is willing to invest in collection is competitive with, say, the informal sector or the informal guy who is collecting the material, but who collects the material but doesn't know what to do, but he or she doesn't need to pay GST or can evade a lot of compliances that can increase the cost. So that is one. The second is, even when there are registered formal players, there's a lot of scenarios where these players don't really have the right capacities in place, but they claim higher capacity and the EPR and therefore generate EPR credits. That's again something that needs to be checked. You need to have right standards for recycling. What kind of standards are needed to ensure that you have a certain capacity, you are taking care of byproducts, and there needs to be a proper auditing mechanism and auditing capacity with the relevant authorities to ensure that the recyclers or entities that are claiming to recycle or generate credits are doing that in the correct manner, in a compliant manner. And then finally, it comes to producers who are essentially the buyers of these EPR credits. There needs to be some level of diligence at their level as well to ensure that they are working with genuine recyclers, particularly large producers that have
EPR obligations in high volumes, there needs to be some sort of obligation on them to ensure that they're doing diligence and working with the right producers and adhering to the EPR pricing guidelines that have been established by CPCB. I think this is broadly how the ecosystem will evolve. We have of course done a good job so far. CPCB has done a good job. Ministry of Environment has done a good job. Ministry of Mines has provided the correct inputs. But there needs to be some iteration before we can get to a place where we can say that the ecosystem is working in the right manner and we are getting the critical minerals that we want. Lohum as a company, we are trying, our goal is not just for Lohum, but for the entire industry to position themselves as compliant recyclers who provide circular economy to the country when it comes to critical minerals, and maybe tomorrow also provide that to the rest of the world and become a hub for recycling and refining these minerals.
Thank you, Pratyush. So now we can have one or two questions from the participants.
Sorry, sir. Yeah. My name is R.K. Das, Director USDP. It's a non-profit company. So let us look for a while at the silver line in the cloud. Silver as a metal is a very interesting critical mineral. The recent surge in its price speaks about its value. So, but more interesting is it's a byproduct of the other mineral, the mining of other mineral is linked to the quantity of production of silver. But depending upon its demand recently in electronics industries and other industries, so how can we manage to depend upon its production just by managing it? How do we manage the other minerals from which it is being produced? Or is there any bigger, the advanced plans to increase step up its production? Is there anything like that? Are we planning to?
So your question is concentrated towards silver, no?
Silver, right, sir.
See, right now the silver prices are escalating, admitted. But even Hindustan Zinc is producing silver. I think you may be knowing it.
Right, sir.
So actually, this is because they have a good beneficiation technique. That is why they are producing it. So there is no hard and fast nowadays. Actually, only thing is that you should be open to the government so that you will get all particular shops inbuilt into this kitty. That is the fundamental thing. And right now, actually, last year amendment was also there. If you are going to mine critical minerals as an extra component, you have been given a little bit of a shops also. So these are all the encouraging steps which government is promoting actually. Because now we have to promote the private sector, because without the existence of private sector, the government cannot run up.
Okay, sir. It's okay.
I have a question here. Here. Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah, my question again is to Mr. Sarabhavan from Niti Aayog. You know, recently the coking coal has been called as a critical mineral and notified by the government. And you also mentioned in your speech. What after that? We haven't heard, my company has this coking coal mine, but there are no rules which existing mines will be classified, or those which have been just recently allocated, or the future ones. And what will be the process? What will be the facility for the coking coal?
So please wait for 3 months. You will get some guidelines on that.
Yeah, somebody was here waiting. One minute. From this side, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Great panel. Pratyush, my question is to you. I'll just put them out quickly. How are you pricing your black mass and recovered lithium today? And how do you track or realize them against, say, lithium carbonate or hydroxide? And question number 2, your mid to long-term outlook on feedstock volumes.
Thanks. Good questions. In terms of pricing, see, these are commodities. These are not specialized products that you're making. So commodities are priced based on market. We discover the price based on what the market is asking for. We don't really price them in any different way when it comes to commodities. In terms of our long-term outlook, I think there's two things. One is the way we have designed our plants is such that it can take in all kinds of feedstock. So we are not dependent on just one kind of black mass or one kind of feedstock. The second is in terms of just scrap batteries, the volumes that are required by the country are probably not going to be met purely by recycling over the next 5 years, maybe even next 10 years. A significant chunk of that, maybe single digit or low double digit percentages, will be met through recycling for now. So you need to have capacity to be able to take in all kinds of feedstock, whether that is coming from other kinds of secondary streams or even primary streams. Our goal is to essentially set up enough capacity to be able to meet India's demand, which is going to be in 50 to 80,000 tons. So we are going to set up something in that range, that capacity, and we'll take in all kinds of feedstock that will be required. The pre-processing differs based on the source, but once you get to a certain level of concentration and certain impurity profile, you can have lines in the plant that can take in all different feedstock sources as well.
Sir, you please ask the question. Then, madam, you will be the last one to ask.
There is a big revenue loss of GST. 90% the recycling or the collection is being done by the kabadiwala, which is very, very reachable to each and every house. EPR is there, but very difficult to reach them. And a revenue loss, it is on record that 6,400 crore in recycling metal every year, we loss of approximately this critical minerals. This safety hazard is also there. One more point is there. It is on record. Import of steel is most cost competitive than manufacturing in India. This we have to highlight. Thank you.
Sure. Do you have any question there?
Some incentives of the government policy should be there. The companies authorized by nominated, they should reach there. How to reach them? That is a very difficult.
Sure. So I think
to use cooking oil,
yeah,
your SRF or the minerals, the battery. The morning the minister said the mobile. Every house has the 5 or 10 mobiles in a house. So how to dispose of, how to go there, where to? This is very important.
No, that's a good question. I think there certainly needs to be awareness at the consumer level to be able to have a reverse logistics network. The other thing that I want to highlight, and I think I'm repeating this again, is basically the reason a lot of these informal players are able to collect this in a in a very competitive manner from a cost perspective is because they are not compliant with GST and not compliant with a lot of health and safety guidelines and norms. So, and because the GST rate is 18%, that keeps any formal recycler, and I wouldn't say formal or informal, but any compliant collector or aggregator at a disadvantage, because then that's almost 20% of their working capital that gets locked up. So there needs to be a way to bridge that gap, maybe bringing the GST rate down on scrap while keeping it on the end product as 18% will reduce the burden that is there on the formal collector and make them more competitive. And over time, we'll see more and more of the material come from the formal sector then. So that's one intervention. Of course, apart from this, awareness is very important, and there needs to be an awareness campaign which needs to be done at a municipality level, not at just a central level. It has to be done at a municipality level to ensure that material is collected. Maybe some sort of an 80-20 rule can be followed. You can look at the top 20 cities or top 30 cities to collect 80% of the material.
Okay, madam, last question from your side.
Hello, I am Dr. Asmita Das. I am from Delhi Technological University. I do completely agree with Dr. Gaur's statement that there has to be a more interactive interaction in terms of development of curriculum, as well as how the skill development has to happen between the universities and the industry. But it is always nice to talk about all that. But what do you think should be the concrete steps to ensure that? And maybe how FICCI can or such organizations can play a role in doing that? Because there are, our institute is a reputable institute, but there is always a gap which we are not able to deal with the industry. So any insights from everybody? The question is for everybody.
Well, thanks, ma'am. Thanks for seconding the opinion. Like, what is happening so far? Industries are favoring educational institutions by giving their input. We forget the fact that as much these institutions and universities need industries, these industries equally need these universities and institutions. As we understand the importance of each other, we will work in a silos. So far, we are working in a compartments. So we'll have to understand, like Sir talked about, there is a dearth of mining engineers. There is an area of great importance we will have to understand. And we understand this fact, we'll work in collaboration, not in different compartments.
Exactly. So I don't think the answer can only come from academicians. Rather, the industry should give their inputs on that.
Yeah, see, if, like I said, industry has to take lead in these. So what we are doing with certain institutes is, we are first asking teachers to come and see the facilities or the work which is happening in the industry, because that is the first check that what you are teaching and what is required at site. So you have the first understanding. Then we are also asking some of the teachers, if they are interested, they can come and do sabbatical for few months and also work on some of the topics in which we are working. And internships are also there. So lot of students we are asking. We are also proposing, like, have a visit of third year or fourth year, first semester. You come and see the facilities, see the shop floor. Because just sending your syllabus to our people, it will not happen. And we are also asking some of our HR guys and also the technology guys to go and teach in the colleges, give the expectations, because there is a big gap. When the student join, for him it is like a completely different world. So that's what we are trying to do.
Yeah, and that will increase the employability also of the students. Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you. The session is over, but we are having one quiz question. So, and award for the quiz also.
Thank you so much, sir. That makes my work very easy. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for a very invigorating session. And I'm sure most of us, we would want to have more introductions with our panelists, but we can always do that during our networking break. Thank you so much for participating so well. May I request our honorable panelists to kindly just give us a moment for a group photograph, please. In the meanwhile, I'll quickly ask the next question, which is the quiz question. Recycling scheme investment model. What is the financial outlay of India's critical mineral recycling scheme launched under NCMM? And you have to give us a figure, please, with a show of hand. We have had you answer once. So anybody, may I give you the option? 8,000 crore, 1,200 crore, 1,500 crore, or 2,000 crore. Any guesses for the same?
12,000 crore.
Can you just show off your hand, please?
Yeah. 12,000 crore.
Okay, that's not the right answer. We'll give you one more guess. Yes, ma'am. That's the right answer, ma'am. May I request you to kindly join us onto the stage and receive the small token from Honorable Moderator of the session.
Might join anytime.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. And that shows some sort of enthusiasm in the room. Thank you. Can we put our hands together? And we also previously asked right in the beginning of the session another question, and to which we had a rightful answer. And it was picked up by Mr. Shivam Prakash from S&P Global. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage and receive the small token from a moderator. This participation in quiz is really making it interesting for all of us at the organizing team. We thank you for your participation, and we would want you to participate in the next two questions, which will be the part of the quiz segment again. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this technical session, and your participation in terms of your interjection has been also very encouraging. We now move to our next technical session, which is on strengthening global partnerships for resilient critical mineral supply chain. But as the head table is being organized, may I quickly request you all to now pay attention to the quiz question. We have this quiz question, and again, the rightful answer will be entitled to a small token of gift, and it will be presented by the end of the session. So once again, our next question. Over how many years is the National Critical Mineral Mission, the NCMM, designed to be implemented? For those who have already answered the question rightfully and received one, please do not put up your hands. Yes, please take a guess. Okay, that's not the correct answer. However, I'll give another chance to anybody present in the hall, and may I give you some hints to it. Is it 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 15 years?
14 years. 14
No,
years.
we have to show of hand. Only when there is a show of hand, please.
14
Please.
years.
No, please don't speak unless we identify you. I know. I understand this excitement. Okay, I've had this continuous sound from my right. We have had one answer from here. Can we have? That's the right answer. And we would like you to come and collect your small gift, but it will be in the end of the session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to our technical session. However, I have few announcements to make. For those of us who are yet to collect the participation certificates, please do so from the registration desk. And also, please kindly take care of your belongings and continue to keep your mobile phones on silent mode, because we have the next technical session and we would want it to be going uninterrupted once again. Thank you.
बोतल दे दीजिए
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our technical session 3, Strengthening Global Partnerships for Resilient Critical Minerals Supply Chains. This session, ladies and gentlemen, shall focus on the role of international cooperation in building secure, diversified and resilient critical minerals supply chain, with perspectives from BRICS, multiple countries and diplomatic missions. The discussion will explore how government, industry and institutions can collaborate across exploration, processing and downstream manufacturing. With those words, please join me as I request our distinguished panelists to kindly join us onto the stage. We begin by inviting the moderator of the session, Partner Deloitte, Sri Rajiv Moitra. Warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our speakers, who is the Chief Technical Officer, Kabil, Dr. Sukanya Chakraborty, will be joining us virtually. May I now request Mr. Toyokazu, who is the regional representative of MITI from South Asia, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan, and Senior Director Gentro, to kindly join us onto the stage. Requesting Mr. Toyokazu to kindly join us onto the stage. And also, may I now request Mr. Artem, who is the Head Business Department, Russia Trade Commission in India, to kindly join us onto the stage. I now request Sri Roy Postigo Medina, who is a trade specialist of Peru in India from Peru, Promotion Agency of Peru for Exports and Tourism, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Business Director, Apex Brazil, Ms. Anna, is going to join us shortly. In the meanwhile, may I request you to kindly quickly keep your mobile phones on silent mode, and may I request Ms. Anna has just joined us, we have been indicated, and may I now request Ms. Anna to kindly join us onto the stage. Requesting the Business Director, Apex Brazil, Ms. Anna Repeza, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Without any further delay, we request the moderator of the session to kindly join us, kindly begin the session. So we have been indicated that Dr. Sukanya has already joined us virtually.
Right. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here and welcome all of you to this important panel discussion on strengthening global partnerships for resilient critical mineral supply chains. As countries are accelerating the clean energy transition and advanced manufacturing, critical minerals have emerged as a cornerstone for economic security as well as strategic autonomy. We have seen the recent global disruptions, starting from geopolitical tensions to supply concentration risks, which everybody is aware, have made one reality abundantly clear: no country can secure critical mineral supply chain on its own. So it has to be a collaborative approach. And India has been the forefront of this collaboration, firmly anchored in diversification, transparency, sustainability, and trusted partnerships with other nations through initiatives such as the National Critical Minerals Mission, and through deeper engagement with bilateral as well as the various partnerships, be it BRICS as well as mineral security partnership, etc. We recognize that resilient supply chains can be only built through partnerships and collaboratively across exploration, processing, mining, refining, and downstream manufacturing. So we are positioned very uniquely today at the intersection of multiple partnership frameworks. Our engagements span bilateral cooperation with resource-rich geographies and technologies, suppliers, as well as multilateral platforms like the MSP, the Quad, the SCRI, and various others. As the only developing country participating in the mineral security partnerships, India also brings the global south perspective, one that emphasizes development, capacity building, and inclusive growth. Against this backdrop, I would like to welcome all of you to today's distinguished panel that embodies the spirit of international collaboration. First, of course, we have our very own Dr. Sukanya Chakraborty. She is the Chief Technical Officer of Kabil, and Kabil is central to India's international critical mineral strategy as well as translating government intent into overseas partnerships across exploration, development, and long-term supply. And Dr. Chakraborty has been working predominantly in this area, and she brings deep technical and strategic insight into how India is engaging globally to build resilient value chain in the critical mineral space. Also, we have delighted to welcome Mr. Toyokazu Nagamune, regional representative for South Asia for Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and Senior Director JETRO. Japan has been a global leader as well as a partner for India in supply chain resilience and resource security, and its partnership in India is particularly been very promising in processing, manufacturing, recycling, and has a much more stronger potential across the value chain. Also pleased to welcome Mr. Artem Ukulov, Head of the Business Development at the Russian Trade Commission in India. India and Russia share a very long-standing partnerships across various domains, and of course, natural resources and industrial cooperation. And in the critical minerals, is very important that this relationship continues to explore various pathways for collaboration and with the evolving economic and geopolitical conditions. Then also we have Mrs. Anna. She is the business director at Apex Brazil. She's there with us. We also have Shiroy Postigo Medina, trade specialist of Peru in India. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for this. So maybe I'll request Sukarna, of course, to start off, in terms of her some of the pointers. And Kabil has been playing a very predominant role for India's security, mineral security, and many critical minerals require specialized extraction and refining technologies. So Sukarna, over to you in terms of if you can share with us how is Kabil addressing technology gaps, whether through collaborations, joint ventures, or R&D partnerships, and of course some of the recent, I would say, of course we know the Argentina, and we are looking at some of the other geographies like Chile, etc. What has been some of the recent successes that maybe you can share with this audience?
Yes, Radhik. So thank you for introducing me. Yes, so Kabil, I think we are working in this critical mineral sector though it was formed in 2019, but definitely our main work started since we acquired the lithium blocks in Argentina. So that technology is definitely a challenge for us, because you know that our mandate is critical minerals, securing raw material supply to the Indian domestic market, and it's a very long list. But now we are though focusing on the battery minerals, or maybe lithium and cobalt, and definitely RE also. But for all the minerals, you can understand the composition or the ore that varies quite a lot, and the technology is also different for all type of ore. Like for lithium, while we are now in exploration stage, we are operating a project in Argentina. We are also looking for other projects for lithium in other geographic domain, but those are for of some different type of ore. Like Argentina one, well, it is a brine type. The other projects which we are looking at are maybe spodumene or sometimes some other composition as well. So for covering this vast area of technology which is required for our type of activities or operations, we need technology support from covering a very vast area. So what we are trying to do, like for our project in Argentina, that is though still in exploration stage, but that is a typical brine type, and it needs some typical processing technology also, and the conventional technology are available on those geographic locations. But definitely, like all other projects are looking at, we are also looking at some updated technology like DLE and other environment friendly and shorter technologies. So we are now collaborating with some of the research organizations. Few are from our country. We have some knowledge partners, or we have some collaborations in our country itself. And few of our collaborators, they are from other countries. So that is one way out with which we are trying to solve these issues. Parallelly, definitely, we are also talking with the technology providers who are sometimes working on commercial basis. And apart from that, through the bilateral or multilateral collaboration or partnerships, ministry is having with the various countries, through which also we are trying to find out some partners or way out through which we can solve this challenge. So as you told that joint venture collaboration or R&D partnership, this is the process we are also looking at.
Thank you so much. I think you mentioned about Argentina, so I probably moved to the neighbor, which is Anna from Brazil. So Brazil is emerging as a important player in the critical minerals landscape globally, and particularly lithium. And there are a lot of interest from Indian companies as well as rare earths, nickel, and so on. So how do you see Brazil positioning itself in building this entire, I would say, position as a supplier of critical minerals in the global supply chain? And how does India, because India and Brazil is part of the BRICS, so there is a natural partnership already working. So how do you see this happening? And given that India's demand for critical minerals, which is going to be exploding going forward, because of we are a 140 crore or 1.4 billion nation, and of course we are gunning for 25 to 30 trillion economy by 2047. So there is a demand that's going to proliferate. So what kind of collaboration models do you see between India and Brazil in mining, in exploration, processing, or any other?
Okay, thank you very much. Also, thank you for the invitation. I represent Apex Brazil, which is the Brazilian Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. And in terms of critical minerals, we work with investment facilitation into Brazil. Well, as you have mentioned, Brazil is taking a new position in the global scenario regarding critical minerals. Nowadays, we have, as far as we know, we have the second largest resources in the world, only behind China. And we know that we haven't studied all the potential of the Brazil earths yet. So this position of second, the volume of critical minerals, of course, may rise in the years to come. When we are talking about more partnerships between India and Brazil in the field of critical minerals, I see a lot of potential because I understand you have a national critical minerals mission, which posits what are the minerals that are more strategic for the country. And I'd like to highlight some of those those minerals. We have plenty of resources and reserves in Brazil, especially graphite, niobio, nickel, rare earths, manganese, and vanadium. So there is room for partnerships, both in terms of exploring the mining, the first phase of the chain, but we are also looking for partners in the midstream. In such a way, we can also process a part of those minerals inside Brazil because it converges with our internal industrial policy. And being countries in the South-South cooperation, I understand that this would be of interest of both countries, both India and Brazil. We have the New Development Bank that could also be part of the financing schemes between Brazil and India. In such a way, we can make those projects feasible. So for this first round of questions, my main message is that there is plenty of room. We have already Indian companies working in Brazil. I would mention Fomento and also Altmine. But we understand there is plenty of room for more cooperation between Brazil and India because this is of interest for both of countries.
Thank you so much. So maybe I'll move to a slightly different domain in terms of processing, and especially Japan and India has been signed a landmark agreement on memorandum of cooperation for critical minerals in August 25. And from METI's perspective, how do you see these frameworks operationalized into industry collaboration on projects, and especially where we look at processing part? And in fact, in 2021, we were probably the second, there was a second report which came out in India, which is around critical minerals. And one of the things we'll propose is a tripartite partnership in terms of mining, processing, and and the downstream supply chain. So Japan came as a big, I would say, one of the nations where probably processing can happen and India can collaborate. So how do you see this bilateral collaboration and cooperation on processing under the Quad, and how can both the countries work together to create a very sustainable supply chain on critical minerals?
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very happy to be here. This is my second time to join this conference. My last joining was last year, and on the Japan-India summit, which took place in last August in Japan. So we both Japan and India have reached an agreement on MOC on critical mineral areas. And based on this MOC, the both countries will continue and promote policy dialogues and coordinations in critical mineral sectors. But as suggested, the key point is how to operationalize this framework into a concrete project. So in this regard, METI have been introducing several policy tools, such as feasibility study support, so which is like a subsidy mechanism to support a Japanese company to do feasibility study in India, or economic security fund, which was a new sovereign fund to support Japanese company in collaboration with Indian company to do business in India through providing equity finance, or R&D support through NEDO. NEDO is a government-related funding agency, and also resource development support through JOGMEC, or business massing through JETRO. So we by using such these several policy tools, we will continue to facilitate B2B business collaboration between Japan and India. But there is still huge challenges in this sector, especially rare earth areas, because rare earth is like high risk areas compared with other conventional materials such as copper or steel or aluminum. So so we need to collaborate more, not only between Japan and India, but also inviting other like-minded countries how to ensure long-term and sustainable offtake mechanism could be established. So without predicabilities, so for investors, so no one can make a investment in this sector. So in this regard, so again, so not only bilateral cooperation, but also beyond Quad 4 countries or beyond bilateral Quad corporations, we invite a like-minded country in this area and ensure and create long-term and predictable offtake market.
Thank you.
Yeah, in order to create a concrete B2B project.
So Toekazu-san, I have another question, the follow-on question. So you must be aware that India launched this rare earth permanent magnet scheme, where slightly less than $1 billion is being given as incentive, both on production linked as well as on a capital subsidy. Now, when we look at some of the technology suppliers in rare earth magnets, besides China, probably Japan has the largest number in terms of looking at Daidai, we're looking at Prodalial as well as TDK and others. So how do you see this working? Because this is something, opportunity here and now in terms of permanent magnets. So this area also is some work going on in terms of collaboration with the countries.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, actually, in terms of rare earth magnet technologies, in Japan, 2 or 3 Japanese companies have such technologies. And one Japanese company is very interested in jumping into this market and set up local productions of rare earth magnet in collaboration with Indian companies. But to be frank, they are facing the financial issues. So actually, so Indians' incentive mechanism is really appreciated, but on the other hand, the amount of the support is relatively small compared with other countries. For example, in Canada, they provided more than the 60 or 70% capex support, but in India, only 15% capex support to magnet production. 15% is, to be frank, it's relatively small. So, for example, in the case of semiconductor, the central government will provide 50% plus the state government will provide plus 20%. So total 70% capex can be provided to the company. But in this rare earth magnet sectors, only 15% capex subsidy. It's a very, very small. So maybe we need to, increase our more governmental support to private companies' activities. That is one comment from my side.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very valid, I would say, suggestion. So we will probably, kind of adequately pass on to the government agencies. So next is I go into Mr. Artem Ukulov, who is the head business development Russian Trade Commission in India. So Russia is probably one of the most rich resource countries in the world in nickel, cobalt, platinum group metals, rare earths, potash, and India is scaling up its production and downstream. So how do you see this collaboration happening? Because this collaboration has been for decades and ages between the two countries in various other industries, and while with BRICS pressing increasing emphasis on economic cooperation, strategic autonomy, how do you see the BRICS platform contributing to a more resilient, and where Russia and India is, kind of working on multiple aspects in the critical minerals value chain?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. First and foremost, it's a great honor for me to be here and to be a panelist of this great session. A bit about the Russian Trade Commission before answering your question. Russian Trade Commission is the government body of Russia. We're based here in Delhi, working under the Ministry of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation. And our main job is to establish communication between Russian and Indian enterprises and to evaluate the trade cooperation. So coming up to the question of yours, yeah, really, Russia and India now have a very big opportunity in collaboration in rare earths and the critical minerals sector. And the good news is that we are now passing from words to action. So cooperation is taking place not only into government to government level, but also business to business and business to government level. And what matters the most, that the direction we're taking, we're talking right now with our Indian friends, not only about some buy to sell model, but to deep cooperation from exploration and extraction process to advanced materials and to the manufacturing itself. What I should mention, one of the key mechanisms to keep this cooperation going is the mining subgroup. The mining subgroup operates under the Working Group on Modernization of Intergovernmental Commission, and this subgroup is co-chaired by the respectful Ministry of Mines. And in our most recent meeting in 2025, we placed special emphasis on earth and other critical minerals. So at the same time, we were discussing a very precise, particular questions such as mining equipment, geological exploration, capacity building. So the point is that we are now preceding one goal, yeah, from buy to sell to some deeper cooperation in the value chain. Also, Russia has right now several programs for developing own critical mineral infrastructure that might be also of interest for Indian side to consider within the framework of national project names New Materials and Chemistry. The Russian Federation plans to establish 15 major production facilities within the country, and also in the field of of course, and rare earth materials, and also to modernize existing facilities, which covers 65 critical products. So from the Russian side, we now have serious resource and industrial perspective on the table. We're working on the entire value chain, and we are ready for deep discussion and collaboration with our partners. When we look to the critical minerals cooperation between Russia and India, we should see it as a long-term perspective, not a basic solution of some problems or issues that we're having at the moment. And this long-term strategic cooperation fits pretty well with our strategic privilege partnership, which is now with us for more than 15 years. And we are now sharing the common priorities. So the priorities are the supporting of energy transition, the stretching industrial localization, and advancing sustainable development. So, and as far as I understood, you also mentioned BRICS, yeah, in the question. So, of course, besides bilateral cooperation we have right now, you're rightly and timely asked a relevant question as far as India is now a chairman of BRICS in 2026, and we're sharing all the same goals, of course, in our cooperation. So, the BRICS joint statement last year rightly considered that critical minerals is strategically important for all the nations of BRICS, yeah, and for energy security, for supply chain, for every part of value chain, it's important to have common projects, well developed and pretty much solid, not on only bilateral level, but also within the BRICS, yeah, and BRICS is pretty much uniquely positioned. In this regard, we bring together on the framework of this platform resource-rich countries, number one, yeah, large consuming markets, and emerging manufacturing hubs within a single platform. If we're talking about BRICS as a model, it is what it is. We have so many the countries diversified with a huge potential of exploration, of extraction, of establishing new projects within the framework of the countries, in the third countries, and broad all this cooperation, not to make it exclusive, but to make it transparent on the countries. And of course, we should also mention some practical things on BRICS, and this I believe should be Mining and Metals Working Group, MMWG, within the framework of BRICS. So this group is focused on developing multilateral cooperation in mining field across all BRICS countries, and we all understand that BRICS is now is more than the first countries established it in. Yeah, we're now growing, so the potential is growing. And last but not the least, if you have it combined, the framework of BRICS itself, bilateral cooperation, MMWG, we have one more very crucial point, the business-to-business cooperation. So Russian Trade Commission and our businesses are now in good connection with some organizations as FICI, for example, Geological Survey of India, Kabil, IRL, NMDC, Vedanta, and this may erase some projects, some common projects within the Indian soil, within the Russian soil, and we're pretty much open for this kind of cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Probably last I'll come to Mr. Medina, who is a trade specialist at Peru in India. So again, I think when you look at the South American geography, Peru has been emerging as a major country in terms of critical minerals, be it copper, be it zinc, lithium, rare earth, and so on. Significant strength, significant minerals. So in terms of India and Peru have made steady progress in the FTA. India has proposed the inclusion of a dedicated chapter on critical minerals. And how do you see this cooperation with Peru being a resource-rich nation and critical minerals being the demand in India being going higher? So this cooperation and trade in critical minerals under the FTA framework, how do you see this happening, and what are the challenges that you also see in terms of this to happen, not this success to happen? What can be the potential areas or interventions that are needed from both countries?
Well, thank you so much for this invitation. It's an honor to be part of this panel. Well, I have here Brazil, also Argentina, the two largest countries in South America, and well, Peru is the third largest country in South America. And I would like to take 1 minute to explain why Peru is very important also in the critical mineral sector. As we know, India has a list of 30 critical minerals, if I am not wrong. No, right now Peru is has the largest natural reserve of silver. Silver is not a critical mineral for Peru, for India right now, but it's very important in the solar panel industry, as you know. No, so also Peru is the second largest reserve of copper in the world after Chile, and we are the third largest producer of copper right now. I am talking about only copper concentrates. We exported around $25 billion of copper concentrate, only copper concentrates, because also we produce copper cathodes, copper anodes, copper wires, copper rods, and that is another story. No, also Peru is a very important now in lithium, no, because traditionally people say there is a triangle of lithium, the north of Chile, the north of Argentina, and Bolivia. No, but now there is one company that you should know about, American Lithium. They have a concession in the south of Peru that is in the border of also with Chile and Bolivia. So we have there around 9.5 million tons of lithium carbonate. So they are going to start operations in 2027. So we are going to be also very well known in the lithium industry. But well, this is about the main minerals, no? But also there are another co-minerals, no, or co-products. Basically, for example, right now we're exporting to India antimonium, we're exporting cadmium, we're exporting lead. So basically, this relation is very recent, I can say, no, because we started to export critical minerals to India probably in 2024 and is growing. No, right now, for example, in the case of copper, that is one of the most important critical minerals for you. Our main partner is China. We export 70%, 75% of our copper to China, 8% to Japan, and still less than 1% to India. No, but this is growing. Actually, the last year we have one, I can say this is the main event in mining in South America. It's called Perumin. And for the first time, one delegation from India, around 20 companies from India in the mining sector, visited this event in Peru. They had meetings in the high level with authorities in the Ministry of Energy and Mines of Peru. So they are studying the possibility of cooperation. Regarding your question about the trade agreement between India and Peru, yes, we are in negotiation, and also India proposed not to include a special chapter about critical minerals. I have to say that Peru is open always to include any kind of collaboration. No? Actually, 2 weeks back was the critical mineral ministerial in USA, and we signed a memorandum of understanding with USA, no, in terms of collaboration, exchange of technology, and other things also. So the same thing we are planning to do with India. No, this trade agreement is going to be ambitious, no, for both parts, and of course for India, critical minerals is the core of this this, no, because of the reserve of copper and lithium. Definitely, I think this is under evaluation right now in our ministry. No, we didn't. So far, we have around 24 trade agreements with different economies, and we didn't include any of these kind of chapters. No, this could be the first time that we're including a special chapter, so that could be very important. No, so this is something that for now it's okay.
Thank you so much. So I'll just come to Dr. Sukarna. Sukarna, you heard the panelist, the countries which resource-rich nations, and they have all kind of they're very hopeful to engage with India further and, of course, increase the participation and collaboration partnership. So, from a Kabil standpoint, as you look at 2030 and 2047, so what are the Kabil's priority minerals and geographies, and how do you envision this evolution to happen? And from India, from a resource importing or a mining to a potential hub for processing and manufacturing in this region. So, how do you see this entire journey happening?
Yeah, look, I mean, for Kabil, we are basically associated with the upstream part in mining and maybe after concentrator plant or up to that. And the downstream sector is basically our customer or to whom our business is basically dependent. So for that also, developing the downstream sector in India or a processing hub is very much important for us. But definitely, again, it is also important that source of raw material. So now it is not only Kabil, but the other big PSUs, they are also trying to get into critical minerals, even though are not in mining or minerals. The petroleum companies and the people who are in coal and other sectors, they are also now focusing on critical minerals. So hopefully, very soon we will get more critical mineral assets in India as well as overseas, because in for domestic area also there is a huge focus in exploration now with the recent reforms and all the motivating schemes. So I'm very much hopeful that the exploration part will take up good speed. So accordingly, definitely in another 10 years or 12 years timeline, there will be a certainty in source of raw material, and with that, our processing sector should also develop. But for us, if you say that, like for Kabil, our mandate is to source the critical minerals, and definitely there is a long list of critical minerals, but that is also driven by the strategic goal and the technological development. So we are also following the technological development part and the demand predictions. So accordingly, definitely down the line, focused will also be changing. Though currently it is lithium, cobalt, and other battery minerals or RE, with the time maybe it will change. So Kabil's definitely these are some company specific business plans. So that is being developed, or that is based on that strategic or maybe the technology development of the country. But what I can say at this moment, that like the projects which we are looking at, those are of various stages. Few are at a greenfield project, like the project which now we are developing, that is the exploration stage project. But we are also trying for projects which are in say in construction stage, or maybe which will start ready to produce very soon. So there is a, I can tell that if we succeed in those projects or in our own project, there for another 15-20 years mine life we are looking at, or more than that. That is the minimum one I am talking about. So yeah, so that should cater at least this part. I mean, the critical minerals which are now in focus, sourcing, I mean, assured source of those critical minerals should be assured with that. And with time, definitely we'll also change our business plan or the focus areas, and the other PSUs, they will also do that.
Thank
So
you.
I think, yeah.
Thank you so much. I know, Anna, you have a hard stop because you have a flight to catch. So, Anna, I think just moving on to a different area in terms of sustainability and responsible mining and sourcing. So, a lot of countries, they are now talking about that the mining has to have some basic processing involved, because in that case, so how do you see Brazil? What is the kind of scenario in Brazil and the thought process around that? And how can India and Brazil collaborate to promote ESG aligned mining and practices, including traceability and environmentally sustainable supply chain?
Okay, thank you. Well, as you know, Brazil has a large tradition on mining, but it doesn't mean that we haven't faced some problems in the recent years, and with some accidents that were both prejudicial for both the environment and for human lives and animal lives. So after that, we have been changing our regulations. We have now a bill on the Brazilian Congress to be voted that modernizes all the regulation regarding mining and processing in Brazil. And this regulation focus, first of all, in the role of mining on the energy transition process, which we cannot, as our colleague from Russia has mentioned, we cannot forget that mining has a pivotal role on the energy transition agenda. And as you know, Brazil has the cleaner energy matrix in the world. 97% of our energy comes from renewable sources. And the mining activity requires a lot of energy. So we already start in Brazil from a very good, a very low carbon footprint, because we work with clean energy. So this is the common base for mining in Brazil. But besides that, we want the mining processes to be even cleaner and even more sustainable, both in terms of the less usage of water during the processing of the mining activity, and also the lower environmental impact as possible. So this is where our new bill is focused, and it's supposed to be voted very soon in Brazilian Congress. In such a way, we're going to have one of the most modern regulations in terms of mining in the world. And also, I would like to stress this point of the usage of clean energy as a source of energy in Brazilian mining. This is really differential, because when every subproduct from the mining process carries in itself a very low carbon footprint. So at the end of the value chain, you have a very low emissions of carbon, and this is a differential in terms of when we are talking about mining. So talking about cooperation between India and Brazil in this field, I understand that we have lots to learn from each other, because as you mentioned in your first intervention, you are the biggest population in the world. You have lots of demands in terms of energy and in terms of critical minerals to support the energy transition that the Indian economy requires. So we are ready to work together and collaborate. And I understand that we have already some discussions in the realm of BRICS that touch this issue. And for Brazil, partnering with India in this field is as important as all the other fields that we have been partnered, such as defense, because we have the same views about how these industries should work. So we are really ready to cooperate and to work together with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. I think we can move to Tokazu-san. Tokazu-san, one of the things we heard today morning throughout the session is that we have been talking about processing in India, but processing is not only about technology, it's also about people. The people should be skilled enough to kind of manage the entire processing operations. And since Japan has already the technology as well as the skills required, so how do you see this? How do you see Japan helping India to scale talent and in this market? and of course, go beyond the collaboration goes beyond technology or minerals or any other towards more about people to people collaboration. How does this happen as per you?
Yeah, thank you very much the questions. So actually, so let me share with you my views from more broader sense beyond the just critical minerals. So at the last Japan-India summit, the both leaders agreed on the Japan-India Economic Security Initiative and its action plan. And the core message is we are complementary relationship between Japan and India. I mean, Japan has technologies, and India has a scale power. Scale power is backed by not only the huge market, but also the high skilled workers in India. So by combining them, we can build a resilient supply chains. And we identified strategic sectors within the action plan. For example, semiconductor, batteries, magnet, or solar panels. And in many of these sectors, Japan's manufacturing base has been weakened recently due to the price competitions in Japanese market or overcapacity issues. And the action plan highlighted there are potential to deploy Japanese technology in India and use India's scale power, such as human powers or market power, to rebuild our production capabilities. So this is the main narrative of our Japan-India Economic Security corporations. And in this regards, action plan has already said that India is not just a market, but it is a strategical partner in building new industrial foundations. And in this relationship could be seen in the critical mineral sector as well.
Thank you. I think it's a very, very encouraging, I would say, comment you made about Japanese companies investing in India and kind of using the Indian, I would say, skilled people. That's fantastic. So, Mr. Okulev, I think one question around the global environment. So there is the trade in minerals, and of course, global trade is now being affected by sanctions, logistics disruptions, currency constraints, and so on. So, what are the practical mechanisms that can help this cooperation between India and Russia in critical minerals, despite all these challenges that we see in the market?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and I'm gonna answer it pretty straight. I guess we have the base right now, which you mentioned in your first sentence to me. We have a long-standing friendship. This is the first and foremost. Let me address this directly. To keep cooperation right now strong in this uncertain, let's put it this way, environment, we need two things as far as we have our friendship with us. It is flexibility and pragmatism. So this applies both on bilateral tracks we're having, on multilateral tracks as BRICS, in B2B, D2G negotiations. Our experience is pretty clear on one point. The most reliable cooperation in critical minerals between our countries is based not only one single trade turnover operation. It is based on improved and ongoing solutions between the countries. And of course, to be pragmatic and to have a great turnover between the countries and some projects, what we need to share, the one element is payments. So, and we have already achieved a great result on this field. 96% of our turnover is covered in our national currencies. So I believe this goal is achieved, and we can only evaluate the question of that and keep it going and going. Also, on the banking side, dozens of Russian and Indian banks have operations between them, opening Vostra accounts here, and we understand that basically the procedure of the payment is now done, and we only can strengthen it and evaluate it. The next step is to, if we're talking about banking infrastructure, is to strengthening this infrastructure, improve our bilateral payment systems, of course, protected, using some sovereign financial messaging systems between the countries, and think how to evaluate the process, using, for example, some central banks mechanisms or some central banks digital currencies implemented in the trade turnover. So we have the possibilities right now on that, but the basics are closed. This is number one. And second thing I would like to highlight, and I think it's going to be vital, dimension of standardization. So the matter of standards right now is the things we're looking for, along with our Indian colleagues. The product standards are closer. We need to harmonize the standards as part of the thing, and to help our business to have a good cooperation. If we have a harmonized standards between the countries, it's gonna short the chain. It's gonna ease the business and erase the non-tariff barriers, and it's gonna cost the end product in the market less. So we understand that it's gonna help our business. So, and if you're, combine all these approaches mentioned before by me and right now together, so robust payment system, bilateral communication, multilateral communication, business-to-business communication, you got something, I guess, very important. It's continuity. Continuity in relationship, continuity in trade, continuity in bilateral projects in both your country and Russia. And just to sum up and finalize, I would like to show you the bigger picture of that. Yeah, as far as you know, the president of Russia, Mr. Putin, visited India not long time ago, and during negotiations with Mr. Modi, they reached agreement to erase the bilateral trade turnover by 2013 to $100 billion. This is the ambition goal. We believe in that, but of course, to do that, we should create and continue to create stable trade infrastructure and communication systems. And once again, I would like to mention that Russia Trade Commission is here for that. We're open for that, and you can approach us in every basis to achieve the goal of turnover and to create some other projects with any ideas that can be raised to a particular project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think a pleasure. So last question to Mr. Medina, because I'm conscious of the time. So I think one of the things recently we asked one of the investors that who were looking at investing in assets abroad, what are the big issues that you face? One of the issues that came about is sovereign guarantee, or I would say insurance mechanism, and also financing. I think Anna, hinted at NDB giving financial schemes to the investors. But from a Peru perspective, how do you see this happening? Because once you have a local financing or insurance, even for sovereign guarantee as well, that gives a lot of comfort to the investor from a project risk and viability perspective. So how do you see this happening in Peru? And if you can give some examples of if this has been taken off.
Well, thank you for that question. Actually, that is my favorite question because right now Peru has a very competitive advantage, I think, in the region, because I have to say that 100% of the mining activity is private mining. Okay, the government has not any activity in mining. The government has a portfolio of products, and we grant the concessions. No, so now what is the main strength in our policy for mining? That we have a policy of no discrimination. So that is the same treatment for the foreign company or local company. No, in Peru we have very strong local companies, and also international companies. The main international, or I can say the biggest mining companies of the world, like Glencore, Southern, and others, they are already in Peru. They already, for example, all our mines, they has a digital transformation and AI technologies. So the other thing, a part of the no discrimination, is that the government signed a contract of respect of the private property. So anything could happen if the government change. So there is a respect for the private property. Regarding the finances, it depends of the size of the company. In Peru, we distinguish for small, medium, and big companies. Actually, it is something that is maybe contradictory, but small companies are the more lucrative companies because they are dealing with gold. Okay, but in the case of medium companies, are the companies who are extracting copper, zinc, and lead. So how these companies are financing their operations? They finance. There are three main mechanisms. One is the offtake contract. So basically they receive the money before to send the product. This is one. Another, they are part of the stock market in Peru, because the main companies in the mining sector, they are part of the stock market, so they can get some capital from the investors, and like banks. And other, we have also green bonds, with special rates for if the companies are fulfilling with some sustainable goals. So these are some of the mechanisms how we are helping private companies.
Thank you. I think very wonderful session. I'll just open this floor to the audience in case of questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Amit Gupta. What a wonderful panel. I have two questions to you, Mr. Toyokazu-san, sir. You mentioned about resource development support in your deliberation. Resource development support, if you can elaborate a little about it. And then in your second intervention, you mentioned about Japanese technology and Indian skills. In case you can elaborate on these 2 points. And one question to you, Mr. Artem, sir. You mentioned about 15 facilities under process in Russia. And then additionally, you mentioned about business-to-business cooperation. If you may kindly elaborate on business-to-business cooperation part of it, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you very much for your question. So your question is about more. You need more details about the first is support mechanism, right?
You mentioned about resource development support, and then even important part for the Indian companies would be the Japanese technology and Indian skills. How do you, if you could elaborate on that, sir?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So we have several support mechanism to Japanese company operating in India. So for example, we are providing feasibility study support. That is just subsidy mechanism. But also we have equity finance support to Japanese company when they are planning to establish JV, for example, Japanese companies and Indian companies. So we can provide some amount of equity finance to that project, to that entity. And also we have Japan government-related bank, such as JBIC or JICA, so they can provide debt finance to that project finance. So we have several, financial schemes, debt finance, equity finance, and subsidies. And also we have, technological corporations mechanism. And so we can provide technologies to India. Plus, we can provide the technological support assistance to deploy Japanese company, the Japanese technologies in the real business areas in India. So we have several, options.
Yeah, and I believe the second part of the question was for me. Yeah. My comment on of establishing 15 major production facilities was pretty much answered. To tell you the truth, we have a program called New Materials in Chemistry, and New Materials in Chemistry is the name of the federal program within Russia, and within the scope of this program, we are preparing to establish 15 new major facilities inside our country. Yeah. So, and we believe that it is. I will try to come up to the second point of your question. We believe there is a opportunity for India to approach to see what kind of maybe technologies or something else we can combinedly evolve among this program. Yeah, and coming to business. It's pretty easy. We reached and breached 70 billion turnover. Yeah. So if there is no business to business communication, you can reach this kind of turnover. Yeah. So we are working in each sector right now, and our countries communicating in each sector also. So I'm trying to understand in which manner I should come on business to business communication.
Excellency, sir, we'll take it offline because he has mentioned about the paucity of time. Maybe.
If you have any other questions, please approach to Russian Trade Commission. It's
Most
our job
certainly,
to
sir.
establish
Most
that.
certainly, sir. Thank you.
So I think we are at the close of the session. So maybe I'll have one last question from the audience. If not, then I'll close the session. Okay, I think gentleman over there, you have a question.
Yeah, my question is for Anna. I am Binay Gupta. I run a strategic advisory from Geosynthesis. How is Brazil looking at value addition in the context of the critical minerals supply chain? Is it more about sourcing and then exporting your ways in the critical mineral landscape, or is it also about capturing bulk of the value and also processing and refining? And are you looking to partners across the global landscape in that context? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. In fact, since 2023, we have an industrial policy in Brazil which states that we shall pursue more processing and mineral transformation in Brazil. In such a way, we can go further on the value chain. So nowadays, we have a portfolio of 35 strategic projects of different critical minerals, which are seeking for foreign investment. In such a way, we can invest in the midstream part of the chain in Brazil, and in that sense, make it more thicker, more dense. So we are our policy is really to go further on the value chain and not exporting only the raw materials. And because we are a very traditional commodity exporters, but we know that we can go further on the value chain. So this is our main priority now in terms of critical minerals. And I'm going to send to Fiti the link for this portfolio of projects in such a way, if you could share this with the audience so you can get to know what are those projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have to close the session. Over to you.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for an extremely invigorating and having a global perspective session. Thank you once again. May I now invite the director of FICCI, Mr. Arpan Gupta, to kindly join us at the podium to propose the vote of thanks and also give the concluding remarks.
Sure, thank you so much. But before that, we have been told that Miss Anna has a hard stop. She has a flight to catch. So I would request if Rajiv can felicitate her with a token of gratitude. And then maybe I will have my concluding and the VOTs. Maybe we can have a huge round of applause. Thank you, Anna. And we look forward to having you again with us for our future endeavors. So coming back to my duties on the concluding address and the vote of thanks, A formal good evening to all of you, the panelists, distinguished guests, industry leaders, the partners, the international partners, and the colleagues. As we conclude this landmark conference on Indian critical minerals, I stand before you with immense gratitude and optimism. Today has been a day of profound insights, strategic collaborations, and collective commitment towards building India's critical mineral ecosystem. On behalf of FICCI, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your valuable participation, thought leadership, and unwavering dedication, making this summit a success. My gratitude to the Honorable Minister for gracing us as chief guest in the inaugural session. A lot of announcements have been made in the morning, which are, we are still taking them on. Huge investments being put by the government, and it's time for us to leverage those opportunities. The inaugural session also underscored a very powerful takeaway, which is the India's critical mineral assets or even the overseas are strategic assets that we must leverage, and India is approaching them with utmost urgency and coordination. However, when we look at, to unlock the true potential, the full potential of these assets, whether domestic or international, we require streamlined clearances, we require enhanced state level coordination, accelerated geological surveys, and most importantly, the industry and the government should work together. Coordinated global engagement is central to building this resilient and future-ready supply chains, which has been the theme for the day. The sessions also underscored that technology and capital collaboration would go a long way in building this ecosystem on critical minerals. We launched the portal, which talks about the critical minerals across various countries across the world. And I would request everyone, it is accessible to FICCI members, and would request everyone to kindly leverage that opportunity. We also launched a report which talks about the opportunities, challenges, and the recommendations taking us forward, whether it is for policymakers, industry, or the investment. We strongly believe that critical minerals are the building blocks for our future, India's future, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, whether we are talking about powering electric mobility, the renewable energy ecosystem, semiconductors, defense, or advanced manufacturing. And in this context, FICCI has a task force on critical minerals, which is shaping the dialogue between the industry and the government. And via this platform, I request you all to share your interest in joining that particular task force with us. In that particular task force, you can write to us at arpan.gupta@ficci.com or to the FICCI IDs, and we would be happy to take you on board for those task force. Today's summit is second edition in the series. We will obviously be organizing the future editions, but it is not only in terms of sharing the information, but it has brought all the key stakeholders together at one particular platform. My gratitude to all the esteemed speakers and panelists who shared their valuable insights, experiences, and perspectives with us on the subject. All these recommendations that have come throughout the day will go into a kind of a post-event dossier from FICCI's for actions at various levels, whether it is the industry or the government. We had an amazing audience which crossed 250 plus in the morning with lots of enthusiasm participating into discussions and deliberations. So many thanks to you, and a huge round of applause for everyone present out here. My heartfelt thanks to the chair, co-chairs, and members of our critical mineral task force, as I mentioned, and the mining committee, which has been instrumental in shaping the agenda for this conference. Obviously, I need to do the duty of thanking our sponsors, exhibitors, partners, without whom this summit would not have been possible. So a huge thank you and gratitude to them. Their commitment, particularly in terms of advancing this collaboration in critical mineral sector, underscores the very importance of industry participation in shaping these conferences. So we deeply value their partnership and trust with us. A special thank you to our knowledge partner Deloitte, Rajiv, my friend, for their support in charting out this agenda and for this conference. Mention for our media friends who are the public face for the initiatives we undertake, and our anchor for putting in a lot of energy and enthusiasm throughout the day. I extend my gratitude to all the delegates, participants, and FICCI team in organizing this conference. It is the collective endeavor of everyone, each and every stakeholder, that platforms like this become informative and successful. Lastly, my three duties. As I mentioned, this is a second edition. We would be holding the third edition in February next year. I request everyone to join us for that edition as well. Second, we are organizing an India Energy Transition Summit next week, 26th, 27th, again in this hall. Ministers from the RE and Power would be joining us. You have the standee outside, which has the QR code for the scanner. Do register your interest, and we would love to welcome you again, host you again for that conference as well. And third, between between 19th of February today and the next edition, there would be a lot of initiatives that would be doing on critical minerals, lot of roundtables, lot of policy dialogues. Do join us for that. You will keep listening about them, keep hearing about them. Do share in huge numbers and share this policy perspective, which is very, very important when we are moving forward. With that, we conclude today's conference, translating policy and ambitions into actions. Thank you everyone, and we look forward to your continued engagement with us. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful concluding remark and also proposing the vote of thanks. I request everyone to just give us 1 more minute. We have one question for quiz, and I request another moment from our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our next question, which we promised you, is coming in now. How many members, countries, entities are part of Mineral Security Partnership, MSP, of which India became a member in June 2023? Any answers to that? Yes. Sorry? So I give you a cue: 12, 14, 15, 18. Any takers for that? Yes?
18. 14.
So the lady out there, may I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Moitra, to kindly present a token of appreciation to all the right answers, and I would request our panelists to just give us 1 more minute. We would like to present mementos also to you. May I quickly request the lady out there to come and collect her token, and also Soumya, who gave an answer earlier from Delhi School of Economics, to quickly rush and collect a token from our moderator of the session. May I request Mr. Moitra to kindly come to the switch? Mr. Moitra, if you could just do the honors presenting. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, just give us 1 more moment, please. Once again, we thank our honorable panelists for a wonderful session, thanking Dr. Sukanya, who joined us virtually, and may I request moderator of the session to now present the mementos. I think so we'll give it to you later. Requesting Mr. Moitra to now give a memento to Mr. Toyokazu. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing such a big, insightful thoughts with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Autumn. Thank you so much, Mr. Autumn, for joining us and sharing a global perspective with us. And a big thank you to Mr. Roy Postigo Medina. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this evening. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have arrived to the concluding moment of not just this technical session, but also of the conference. Thank you so much for joining us today. Throughout the day, it has been a very exciting day, and we have our inputs taken over for us to compile it for future. Thank you once again. I'm Sushmita signing off from podium. Thank you. Namaskar. And request you all to kindly put your mobile phones back to its ringing mode. Thank you. For your requesting for your attention here. Rajvi sir, thank you so much for not just for an interesting session, but also keeping up the time. Thank you so much for valuable inputs. The session was extremely invigorating and interesting. Thank you once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, namaskar, and kindly take care of yourself. Please put your phones back to its ringing mode.